Good morning. We'll call a meeting to order. Just as a note to the members of the public here, if you haven't signed in our attendance sheet, please do so we know who was here. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Algonquin Highlands is located on Treaty 20 Mishi-Saugig territory and in the traditional territory of the Mishi-Saugig and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. We also acknowledge a historical shared presence of other Indigenous nations throughout the area, and we recognize these original inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt today's agenda? Councillor Shortreed, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, the June 20th, 2024 meeting agenda be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof? Seeing none. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes of May the 16th? Councillor Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, the May 16th, 2024 regular meeting minutes be approved.
All in favor? That's carried. I will now move into the public meeting portion. So could I have a mover and a seconder to move or proceed into the public meeting? Councillor Barry and Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, Council adjourned this regular meeting at 9:01 a.m. to proceed into public meetings for the following zoning bylaw amendment applications. 1, AHZBA 424, part of Lot 18, Concession 12, Geographic Township of Sherburne, Brazelle. 2, AHZBA 524, part of Lot 28, Concession 12, Geographic Township of Stanhope, Hiley. 3, AHZBA 724, part of Lot 24, Concession A, Geographic Township of Sherburne, Gilchrist. And 4, AHZBA 824, part of Lot 15, Concession A, Geographic Township of Sherburne, McKenzie.
All in favor? That's carried. So we'll call the public meeting to order and ask our planner to summarize the purpose and effect of the proposed bylaw and any additional information or correspondence related to each application. So if you would present application A, Brazelle.
Yes, thank you. The lands are zoned shoreline residential 2 and designated waterfront under the official plan. The property is approximately 0.55 acres in area with 105 meters of frontage on Quagma Lake. The surrounding uses are generally shoreline residential, and the lands are currently developed with a dwelling, a shed, a privy, sleeping cabin, and 2 docks. The applicant is proposing to recognize the existing illegally constructed structures and to construct a new septic system on the island property. This property was subject to an application for minor variance in October of 1986 in order to reduce the high water mark setback to accommodate the development of a dwelling. The committee at that time did not grant the application, citing environmental and septic disposal concerns. Township records note the only permitted structures on the island are a legal non-complying travel trailer and a privy. The purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the lands from shoreline residential 2 to shoreline residential 2 with an exception in order to recognize the existing structures and to reduce the minimum setback to the high water mark for an enhanced filter bed or tertiary treatment system from 15 meters to 5 meters. In 2019, staff did receive a bylaw complaint regarding development on Tyrrell Island. Upon inspection, the following structures were observed: a dwelling, a crib dock, a floating dock, sheds, a privy, and a sleeping cabin. The legal status of the existing structures on the lands are discussed in my report, but to summarize, the only legal structures that currently exist on the island is the seasonal floating dock and the privy. All other remaining structures were constructed illegally and do not enjoy legal non-complying status. The applicant has provided a proposed on-site sewage system design brief, which was attached to my report. That report details the alternative sewage system proposed on the lands to adequately service the existing development while minimizing the potential for negative environmental impacts as a result of the reduced setback to the high water mark. Staff are of the opinion that the subject lands were historically unable to support residential development. A travel trailer and privy were at a time considered legal non-complying structures. Generally, the expansion of a legal non-complying structure is not permitted, as it is intended for that structure to be replaced with a legal structure in the future. In this particular case, staff do struggle to support the proposal to permit the number of illegally constructed structures to remain on the lot, which has always been and continues to be unsuitable for residential development. So by this application is proposing to recognize the existing illegally constructed structures, which would require relief from the following provisions of the zoning bylaw. For the 627.5 square foot dwelling that exists, relief from table 2 would be required to reduce the minimum setback from the high water mark from 30 meters to 1.7 meters. Again, from table 2 to reduce the minimum dwelling size from 797 square feet to 627.5 square feet. For the existing crib dock and seasonal dock, relief would be required from section 4.2.9F to increase the max width of shoreline structures from 15 meters to 19.5 meters. For the shed, the 35.5 square foot shed, relief from section 4.2.9G to reduce the minimum setback from the high water mark from 12 meters to 2.2 meters. For the 100 square foot sleeping cabin, relief would be required from section 4.2.10.4 to reduce the minimum setback from the high water mark from 30 meters to 4.3 meters. And then finally, for the septic system that's proposed from section 4.2.12 to reduce the minimum setback from the high water mark from 15 meters to 5 meters. Notice of the rezoning was posted on the property, circulated to all property owners within 120 meters of the lands, posted on the township's website and circulated to all prescribed agencies. No written objections have been received. 7 letters of support have been received. 3 of them were included in my report. They were received before the deadline. The other 4 I can read for the record here. So if you could bear with me. The first is from William McClary. To whom it may concern, we have been cottaging on Quagma Lake for 30 years now. During this time, we have had the pleasure of knowing the Brazelles on Tyrrell Island for the past 10 years. Ourselves being island cottagers could only hesitate to relate to the anguish they have gone through to keep their present dwellings. I always love to watch their family enjoy, protect, and enhance the island property. I cannot imagine the thought of an empty island or Tyrrell being purchased by transient campers. The fear of fires or general degradation of the island is a real fear. The present family remind me of when I'm canoeing in Algonquin Park and see the cottages on the Smoke Lake, whereby the park authorities were going to move all cottages off, but decided against it as they provide the eyes on the lake and the keepers of the lake. It is my hope that the Brazelles remain the keepers of Tyrrell Island and they too can celebrate 30 years there one day. Quagma Lake will be better for it. The second letter, I am writing to you in regards to Tyrrell Island on Quagma Lake and my support for the owners. I have been spending time at Quagma Lake as a guest for the past 25 years. I also own a cottage. I've also owned a cottage for several years on Fishbowl Point. Throughout that time, I've spent time both with the Brazelle family and on Tyrrell Island. I spent time at the lake with them both in the summer and even throughout the winter as they attend and support the local community throughout the entire year. The family is not an average family who just comes up north for the weekend to enjoy their summer cottage. They have deep roots in the community, having grown up coming to the area their entire lives. Even when they have had to paddle their way to their cottage, fight the winter weather, or build their shelter from the ground up, they have shown their love and respect for the area and the property for years. I have never even seen them litter. I have always seen them show the highest attention to taking care of the environment around them. They now have 3 small children, are teaching that respect for nature and the lake to the children. There is no better family that you would want owning a property and bringing up their family on the lake. I believe the best outcome would be to allow the family to remain on the island, adding a septic system and continuing to use the cottage as they have been. They are an asset to the community, always helping when anyone needs help. I know of many instances with other families, but I can personally say that they both made themselves available to me when I had issues with my own cottage, helping me fix things and teaching me how to manage any issues at any hour. I would have been lost without them. It would be devastating not only to the Brazelle family and their 3 small children, but also to the cottage and community on Quagum Lake for them to lose their property that they have put so much work and love into. Tyrell is a picturesque island that everyone on the lake knows and passes on the way to their cottages. The family have kept it that way with their care and attention, and it would be foolish to force a family with deep roots and love for the island off of it, only to leave for squatters to neglect. You would be kicking out a responsible family and allowing teens to come to the island, starting unsafe fires, making noise and leaving garbage all over the place. I urge you to allow this wonderful family to continue to love and care for the island. That's from Julia DePoke, I believe it is. This next letter is from an Albert Shepherd. I purchased property on Quagum Lake in 1968 and started to construct my cottage the same year. I am a water access only and have the next and on the next closest island to Tyrell. For the past 56 years, I have passed by the subject property going back and forth to Mountain Trout House Marina. In all those years, to my knowledge, the island has always been inhabited and it's always had structures on it. The tree canopy looks vast from the water, a very picturesque island, and adds to the beauty of the lake. It is also the first island everyone passes going from either of the 2 marinas that service the lake. As far as reducing the minimum setbacks to accommodate an enhanced treatment system, I am fully in favor. It is the 21st century. Let the young family that bought the island several years ago in good faith install the best system available. It meets the criteria set forth by the township. Provide the best experience for them and their young children on the island. The property has been well tested and researched by qualified professionals. This preferred system can only be better for the lake system as well. The owners, like their children, were cottagers from birth and respect the environment. Even though it will be a great expense for this young family, they feel it's worth the effort to keep the island inhabited for years to come. If there weren't cottagers on the island, given its location, I'm sure it would have become party central for anyone wishing to trespass and trash it, set bonfires and party long into the night. I can't imagine it looking like it does now without the love it's been shown these many years by all its owners. I hope the Brazelles will continue to be caretakers for many years to come. As I pass by and get a friendly wave from the family sitting on their dock, I fully support the proposal put forth. And this last letter from Mike Baum. Evan told me that council is dealing with his island property and making a determination if it had a structure on it and used by families. I can attest with absolute certainty that since 1985, in my role as a realtor and a friend of the past owner, I have visited the island many times in the 1980s and since. And know it had a structure on it that the owners with their families have enjoyed for all those years. In fact, I enjoyed a freshly caught smallmouth bass meal at the dining table within the building on one of the many visits when I was there in the mid-1980s. The owner back then was from Hamilton and I helped them buy and sell it. I also took photos of it and remember it well. The dining area in which I ate and we signed the papers on before fax machines and the internet. Sadly, I threw away the photos with the files, listing and purchase agreements. However, I kept my my father's old negatives and have many drawers full in case you require me to dig through them. Yeah, if anyone has questions, please reach out to me. And sorry, and the last comment I'll note here is from the Lake Association, which did not object. So the bottom line is the KLCA does not oppose the variance request given the proposed sophisticated sewage system. However, does have concerns over ensuring that the maintenance contract is kept in place by the property owners, both current and future owners, should the island be sold. Reliance upon the manufacturer to notify the township of issues with the contract seems to be an unreliable mechanism. Perhaps approval of the variance request could be made contingent upon an annual filing of some sort to validate the maintenance work has been completed. So I can just speak further to that. The septic system that's being proposed would require a maintenance contract to be entered into with the manufacturer. So unfortunately with the zoning bylaw amendment, there's no way to attach conditions to it. So I did write back to Mr. McCarty to explain that clarification, but it would still require a contract to be in place for the overall maintenance and overview of the system. So in conclusion, it is staff's recommendation that council refuse the zoning bylaw amendment for reasons I've detailed in my report. And further, that council directs staff to take the appropriate actions to have the existing illegally constructed structures removed from the subject lands.
Thank you, Sean. Just a couple of comments before I go to questions for Sean, if anyone needs clarification. I just want to remind council, this family sounds like good stewards of this island. There's no doubt about it. And they're, you know, I'm glad to see the work that's been done on installing a septic system. However, the application doesn't meet the goals of our strategic plan with respect to environmental stewardship. And our decision needs to be based on planning. And I know that there's an awful lot of heartfelt feelings about this from both neighbors and the family, but we do have to consider planning when we're making our decisions. The structures on the building, as a reminder, are all illegal structures, and we are unsure whether or not any of them meet the building code. There's a particular liability associated with that for both the family and the municipality should we approve the buildings to remain. We remain liable. My question for you, Sean, would be, should we agree with your recommendation and the buildings need to come down, does this stop the family from applying, say, through the Committee of Adjustment to build a legal structure on the island?
No, so the decision today would not prohibit them from applying in the future to develop the subject lands.
So this isn't a case where they're going to lose the property. It's been suggested in one of the letters that there's still an opportunity for them to continue to reside on and improve the land in an appropriate way.
Yes, so the only permitted use within the shoreline residential zone is a residence. So and given the size of the island, some sort of relief would be required, whether that's through a future zoning amendment or a minor variance would have to be determined on once we have that information available to us.
Okay, before we move to the agent and anyone else who wishes to speak to the application, do members of council have any questions for our planner? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Thanks, Sean, and to everyone who's put so much effort into this file. I just want to state up front that I have full respect for the planning rules of the township. We've got these rules for a reason, and they're there to be respected. At the same time, I do believe that this family is coming in good faith with the desire to find a solution that allows them to stay on the island, that respects the town's plans, and that does the right thing by the environment. And it's my full intention and hope that we can find a balance within that space, that middle ground. That's my intention today. I
This
do
is
have
the time for questions.
Yeah, and I do have a couple of questions. Just clarifying questions, particularly regarding the Marie Poirier's report that was sent in. On page 1, they refer to the privy and to the township's own septic reinspection program and the WSP report. I just want to touch base on that for clarity. Let me, on the 1, 2, 3, on the 4th paragraph of page 1, it says on July 10th, 2021, the township septic inspector WSP conducted an inspection of the existing pit privy and gray water pit and concluded that the existing systems are sufficient and comply with the enforced standards. I wonder if you have any insight on whether those enforced standards are only referring to the maintenance standards and the capacity standards, or are they also referring to the setback standards and the environmental concerns that we've got when we create setbacks for septics and for privies? The reason being the privy is so close to the shoreline. It's important to know whether it's an environmental standard that's being set as well.
So I believe it was just speaking to the maintenance standard and capacity standard, but I would perhaps defer to our chief building official if he has any additional insight on that.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
Yeah, so the WSP inspection mostly consisted of an overview of what was installed, whether it be correct or incorrect. If it's working correctly for its intended use at the time, i.e. the privy is working correctly as a privy. They don't speak to current setback or to they do talk to the superstructure requirements, but again, it's not an in-depth building code compliant study. It just simply the privy's there, it works.
Okay.
That's where we're going with WSP.
And it's appropriately protected from all of that.
Correct.
Okay, that was my my principal question or concern on that. So I wonder, regardless of what is decided about the proposed septic system, would the privy be allowed to stay on site given its setback, or is it compliant for the purposes of the township?
The privy is not compliant on setback from the Ontario government. So if we had a proper system in there that's being proposed, I would recommend the privy be taken away.
And I think that's what they are proposing too, that they would decommission. Okay, then if I just have another
Okay,
one
go
more
ahead.
clarifying question. So again, from the report that we've received from the consultant on page 13, let me just scroll down. I was a little bit confused with one of the statements that were made, and I wonder, Sean, if you would be able to clarify your impression of this. Page 13, near the bottom, it's written, section 9.2.7.1 of the OP of the official plan defines non-complying buildings and structures as such. And then the report goes on to say, the existing structures were existing prior to the approval of the official plan and zoning bylaw and are therefore considered legal non-complying with respect to their setbacks from the shoreline. But you have suggested they're not considered legal non-complying. Would you kindly clarify that gap?
Certainly. So the report is actually incorrect. The section that they've quoted in the official plan states that the official plan defines non-complying buildings and structures as buildings or structures that were legally existing prior to the approval of this plan or the zoning bylaw. In this case, none of these structures were legally existing prior to the approval of these plans,
Okay.
except for the privy and the travel trailer. But I've detailed why the travel trailer would no longer enjoy legal non-complying status in my report.
Okay. And in your report, though, you refer to the intention way back when the travel trailer did enjoy legal non-complying, was that an application could be brought forward in order to establish something far more permanent on the site. is there, I guess to Madam Mayor's question earlier, there's still scope there for such an application to come in, is that right?
Yes, an application could be made for new development on the property. However, the travel trailer no longer is considered a legal non-compliant structure, so we wouldn't be able to base any decision on expanding that structure or use based on the fact that there at one point was a travel trailer on the property.
Thank you.
Questions from other members of council for either our planner or building official? Seeing none, thank you, gentlemen. I believe that Cassie Sauer is here from Marie Poirier Planning.
Actually, I don't believe, yeah, no one from Marie Poirier will be speaking to the application today.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak to the application? Yes? If you'd like to come forward, state your name and association and make your comments.
So my name is Carly Brazelle, owner of Tyrell Island. Thank you for taking the time out today to hear our case regarding our family cottage located on Tyrell Island. I wanted to start today with our family story and how we ended up on Quagama Lake. My parents purchased a small cabin on an island in the early 1990s that we spent our summers at. It wasn't much, but we spent our days swimming in the lake and running around in the forest. This was a dream for my future family to have someday on Quagama. Fast forward to March
Just-
2014.
Just take a deep
I
breath.
know.
It's okay.
And my husband and I were fortunate enough to buy a small piece of property called Tyrell Island with a small cottage on it. A local real estate agent brought us over and we fell in love with the cottage we walked through and can envision life there with our family. We now have 3 children who have grown up on Tyrell, made lifelong friends on the lake, take part in the Quagama Lake Regatta every summer, and have endless play dates on Tyrell with the lake kids. To take this cottage away from my children would be devastating. It has been a hard enough 5 years going through the motions of this process. We're trying to raise 3 children and shield them from our fight for their future. And now having everything taken away from us is unimaginable. And my husband, an electrician, and myself, an occasional teacher, part-time tutor, and stay-at-home mom, work hard each day for our family in this ever-increasing expensive economy. We are busy, work hard, and look forward each summer to our little slice of heaven we can spend with our family. If we lose this island, we are priced out of the cottage market forever. Not to mention the enormous financial blow we're going to take having to sell a vacant piece of land. The prices on the lake keep rising, and there's no way we are getting back in. Many people who kayak, canoe, swim, or boat pass mention they didn't even know a cottage is on the island. We don't need much, just a small cottage to call our own. This process so far has been extremely financially stressful for us. The past 5 years, we have tried our hardest to go down many avenues to bring Tyrell up to appropriate standards because we thought we had a fighting chance. We bought the cottage in good faith. Anyone would have, and unfortunately found ourselves in a situation we're just trying to make right. Everyone will always tell you to savor the moments with your young children, as they are the best years of your life. Allowing my children and ourselves to take care of Tyrell would be in the best interest for not only our family, but Quagama Lake as well. Many neighbors have told us they're scared that this island, once vacant, will turn into a party spot and they will have a hard time getting rid of squatters who will come and hang out on the island. Compared to a family who has taken care and respected the island for the past 10 years. They don't understand why a family with 3 small children are being removed, and a future they fear of unwanted guests will be coming onto this island. We have had fires, drive-by chats, morning coffee, and dinners at our closest neighbors for a decade. We have helped them repair their docks and put them in, willing to help with anything. We respect Quagama Lake and take very good care of Tyrell Island. Both of our closest neighbors have been looking directly at Tyrell for over 44 years. They have seen our family and countless others before us grow and are all happy a family is having so much fun. The letter that was sent out to our closest neighbors have all been in support of us staying. The party and loitering is a huge concern of theirs, they told us. After hearing about our situation, they fear their summers will be spent patrolling the island, fending off squatters and overnight campers, the fear of afternoon and night partiers with loud music, and the constant upkeep of keeping Tyrell clean up after people have left. Tyrell Island is in close proximity to both marinas, which is why it makes it susceptible spot for people to inhabit. Our neighbors overwhelmingly are in support of us continuing to enjoy our cottage. If we keep it as a vacant piece of land, it will be an uphill battle to fend off people coming onto the island. Let us make Tyrell Island right with our proposed septic system and continue to care for it. This is a huge day for us. We can leave here today with nothing. Our lives will change after this decision is made today. And I hope you can take everything into careful consideration with our family cottage we have called home for the past decade. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we all understand that this is an emotional and difficult process for you. I don't, it's not something that we wish to take away from you, but just to bring into legal status. You wish to speak, sir?
Yeah,
And if you'd
sure.
state your name, please.
My name is Evan Brazelle. Myself, along with my wife Carly, have owned Tyrell Island since May 2014. In June of 2019, we received a notice that the island has illegal structures and that all structures be removed and the island return to its natural state. Instead of this drastic approach, we have prepared a series of documents to guide us on a path to recognizing the existing development on Tyrell Island and to facilitate the existing seasonal residential use with a new septic system that meets the requirements of the OBC. As such, we are submitting a site-specific zoning amendment application to rezone Tyrell Island from SR2 to SR2 exemption to permit the existing development. On December 9th, 2020, planning consultant Helena Kramer had a pre-consultation meeting with Sean and Greg. They determined that in order to bring the property into compliance and to address the reduced setbacks, we would need a site-specific zoning amendment to identify all permitted development and setbacks on the property. The primary concern of theirs was the location of a new septic system and whether it would meet today's building code requirements. That's when we enlisted the help of engineering and environmental consulting firm RJ Burnside. Their full report is included in Appendix 4. Generally speaking, the engineer visited the island, taking soil samples, making test pits, measuring the depths to bedrock, and checking the surrounding landscape and foliage. Soil samples from that are sent to a separate engineering firm for grade and size analysis and other tests. They determined that the best sewage treatment system would be the Waterloo biofilter. The Waterloo biofilter consists of an anaerobic digester for pre-treatment of wastewater, a pump tank, an ultraviolet light, and a type A dispersal bed. That system is a certified level 4 system unit that is permitted for use in Ontario in accordance with the requirements of the Ontario Building Code. A copy of that certification is attached. The RJ Burnside report provides the design details for a proposed on-site sewage treatment system to service the existing cottage on the existing lot located on Tyrell Island. The proposed sewage system meets the minimum objectives and treatment requirements of the OBC to provide adequate sewage treatment and dispersal for the island. I'd like you to consider these facts. The existing development and residential use of the property has continued for decades. The existing development is in character with the area. There are no sensitive features on or adjacent to the subject property, and even with the proposed sewage system, there will be minimal vegetation removal, site alteration, and site disturbance that would result from approval of this application. Phosphorus removal using the Waterloo biofilter add-on treatment unit has been shown to be approximately 99% when measured at 600 millimeters beneath the stone of the leaching bed. The anaerobic environment of the Waterloo biofilter will typically reduce bacteria counts by 90 to 99% by absorption to the anaerobic biofilm, as well as predation to other microorganisms. It also removes 99% of E. coli and 99% of chloroforms. In short, this type of system is light years ahead of the conventional septic system that has a standard leaching bed. I would also ask you to consider the letter of support, the letters of support concerning our application. It is my opinion that it is not only in the interest of us, but also in the interest of surrounding cottagers that the island continues to be used as it has for generations, as a single-family cottage. The alternative, as pointed out, is a vacant piece of land used by campers and partiers and does not satisfy the interests or well-being of surrounding cottages or the lake health as a whole. I am asking councillors to approve the zoning bylaw amendment that will permit use of the cottage and allow us to install the Waterloo biofilter septic that is in compliance with the OBC, replacing the legal non-complying outhouse.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Brazelle? Thank you, and we do appreciate the work that you've done on the septic system. I know but that's not the issue. I think that overall issue that we've got, it would be a superb improvement, but it's not, it doesn't address all of our concerns. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this application, either for or against? I would go back to members of council to see if there are questions for the applicant. Hearing under the resolutions now. Okay, so if there are no further questions, the application is closed. Anyone wishing a copy of the notice of the decision may request so in writing for the clerk. Once all applications are heard. Okay, so we've heard all applications with respect to this application, and there will be a resolution passed after we come out of the public hearing. Pardon me? Well, if you want to, I mean, you can speak to the application now, but the resolution won't come forward until after. Or you can speak to it then as well. So we would then, I guess, move on to the second application by Wiley.
So this property is zoned shoreline residential 2 and designated waterfront under the official plan. The lands are approximately 0.74 acres in area with 36.5 meters of frontage on Little Hawk Lake. Surrounding uses are generally shoreline residential. The property was subject to application for consent H-00524, which was to sever a 0.03 acre portion to be added to the adjacent lands to the east. The retained lands are currently vacant and the benefiting lands are currently developed with a single family dwelling. The retained and benefiting lands will continue to have frontage on Little Hawk Lake as a result of the proposed lot addition. The benefiting land septic system was installed in a location that encroached over the property line onto the retained lands. And the purpose of the proposed boundary adjustment is to correct that encroachment. So the purpose and effect of the zoning amendment is to rezone the lands from shoreline residential 2 to shoreline residential 2 with an exception in order to recognize deficient lot area and frontage. The proposed rezoning is to fulfill a condition of the application for consent. Notice of the rezoning was posted on the property, circulated to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands, posted on the township website and circulated to all prescribed agencies. No written objections have been received to date, and staff are recommending approval of the proposed bylaw amendment.
Are there any questions for our planner with respect to the application? Seeing none, is there an agent who wishes to speak to the application? That would be Lauren Arseno. You'd like to bring her in?
Mayor and council members, members of the public, thank you for the opportunity to address this application. And thanks very much to staff for their summary. My name is Lauren Arseno. I'm a planner with Morgan Planning and Development, and we are representing Michael and Christopher Wiley, the property owners of a vacant parcel of land on Someday Isle on Little Hawk Lake within the Township of Algonquin, Highlands. We are providing support for the zoning bylaw amendment, which is required as a condition of a recent consent approval. As staff mentioned, the provisionally approved consent application sought to correct an encroachment of an existing septic bed on the vacant property by way of a boundary adjustment. And that boundary adjustment resulted in a marginal increase to the size of the benefiting lands, which is 12,484 Someday Isle. And that property is a developed island waterfront property. And it also resulted in a marginal decrease to the vacant retained lands, which were already undersized or legal non-complying. As such, these lands are required to be rezoned to recognize the deficient lot area and frontage. And I'll just note that the frontage was not reduced any further as a result of that consent application. Morgan Planning and Development is of the opinion that the application represents good land use planning, and we request that the bylaw be approved by council so our client may finalize the consent. I'm available if you have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do members of council have any questions for Ms. Arseno? Hearing none, any further questions or anyone else wish to speak to this application, either for or against? Hearing none, we will then move on to item C, Gilchrist.
Thank you. The lands are currently zoned, oh, my apologies. So the lands are currently zoned general commercial exception 4 and general industrial exception 9 and environmental protection. The property is designated as being part of the Dorset settlement area under the official plan. The lands are approximately 1.85 acres in area with 78.1 meters of frontage on Harvey Avenue. Surrounding uses are generally hamlet residential. The property is subject to application for consent H-012/24, which was to sever a 1.3 acre lot. The purpose and effect of the severance was to create one new residential lot. The purpose and effect of the zoning amendment is to rezone the property from general industrial exception 9 to general commercial exception 4, and also from general commercial exception 4 to hamlet residential. And this is in order to fulfill a condition of the application for consent. Notice of the rezoning was posted on the property, circulated to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands, and posted on the township website, as well as circulated to all prescribed agencies. No written objections have been received to date, and staff are recommending approval of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment.
Are there any questions from council of our planner? Hearing none, is there an agent who wishes to speak to the application? So that would be Melissa Markham. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Melissa Markham Planning and Associates, 1025 Rebecca Lane, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H2J6. So I'm here today on behalf of the owners of 1014 and 1022 Harvey Avenue. I'd like to thank staff for working with us on this application. I believe that staff have provided an accurate overview of what we're looking for here today. So there has been a consent application that was submitted and was dealt with by the Land Division Committee in April of this year. The application before you is a zoning amendment application, which is required as a condition of the consent application. And essentially it's to recognize the existing use of the subject lands The application, as Sean mentioned, are currently zoned general industrial, and there's a commercial zone on the subject lands. What we're looking for is to rezone the retained and commercial to recognize the existing uses as they're currently constructed. There is no development that's proposed on the subject lands. The lands are located within a settlement area in the community of Dorset. Development is to be directed to these areas, and a mix of housing and employment uses are promoted within this area. There is residential and this artisan studio located on these subject lands. Once again, no development is being proposed. Both the retained and severed parcels comply with the minimum lot area and frontage requirements. So there's no site-specific relief that's being requested other than to carry for the site-specific exception that relates to the artisan studio's location on the subject property. As I said, I think staff's provided a good overview of the application. This is really just fulfilling condition of consent application, but I am here to answer any questions that you might have about the application. Thank you.
Do members of council have any questions for Ms. Markham? Hearing none, is there anyone else here who wishes to speak to the application either for or against? Hearing none, we will move on to the final application, which I believe is McKenzie.
Thank you. This property is zoned shoreline residential 2 and designated waterfront under the official plan. The lands are approximately 0.55 acres in area with 46.3 meters of frontage on Raven Lake. Surrounding uses are generally shoreline residential and crown lands, and the lands are currently developed with a dwelling, a shed, a gazebo, and a dock. The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing 640 square foot single-story dwelling and construct a new 1,593 square foot dwelling, one-story dwelling. The applicant is also proposing to construct a 323 square foot sleeping cabin. The purpose and effect of the zoning amendment is to rezone the lands from shoreline residential 2 to shoreline residential 2 exception in order to permit the redevelopment and expansion of a legal non-complying dwelling, as well as to permit an increase in the maximum height of a sleeping cabin. So the specific exceptions that are part of this application are: 1, from section 4.14.95 to increase the maximum gross floor area permitted from 60% to 148%. That's for the 1,593 square foot dwelling. And then from section 4.2.10.2 to increase the maximum height of a sleeping cabin from 5 meters to 7.5 meters for the construction of a 323 square foot sleeping cabin. Notice of the application was posted on the property, circulated to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands, posted on the township website and circulated to all prescribed agencies. No written objections have been received to date. The proposed dwelling will be constructed in the same general footprint as the existing dwelling and will be no closer to the high water mark than the existing dwelling. Existing site infrastructure, including the driveways and septic system, along with topographical constraints, do limit the available building locations for the proposed dwelling that would comply with the zoning bylaw requirements. There's also a significant slope on the subject lands, which limits the ability to comply with the height requirement for the sleeping cabin. So staff are recommending approval of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment.
Questions from members of council on the application to Sean? Hearing none, I believe we have an agent who wishes to speak to the application as well, Maggie Bennetton.
Maggie will be online in case you have questions that I can't answer.
Okay, so if you wish to come forward and speak to the application.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for hearing this. My name is Martin Cohn. I'm a partner at Cohn Schneer Architects, and we are designers of the proposed cottage and sleeping cabin. The struggle we've had with this is finding a suitable place to build. What we're proposing, in fact, is is a slightly further setback from the existing building. We're trapped between Crown land, which our clients are proposing to purchase, but it's a very, very long process, we understand. So we're respecting the 20-meter setback from the high water mark. At the other end, we have its contour line 359, and beyond 359, which is set back further, we hit a very heavily treated slope, which is would make it much harder to build, and also removal of more trees. So we're trying to occupy areas which have generally been already altered by structures and other intrusions on the site. And this is sort of the best we can place the building. And the other matter with the height of the sleeping cabin, it's simply about how height is measured and the steepness of the slope. It simply makes it impossible to put a structure.
I must say, I wondered about the requirement for the height requirement for the sleeping cabin, but once I saw the drawings, it's clear, you know, why that requirement is necessary.
Yeah, and we're trying actually to maintain a very low profile on the buildings on the site.
Interesting design. Questions for the agent? Hearing none, is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the application either for or against? Okay, if you'd like to switch places. It's all to do with the mic and the ability, the public's ability to hear the live stream.
Yeah, my name is Glenn Lowry, and I'm representing two properties actually, 1047 Haymarket Trail and 1043 Haymarket Trail. Elizabeth and Patricia Kelson are the owners, and they have been there for their entire lives, and the family's been there for over 70 years or close to 70 years. And our concern is really, it is a concern just about the road and how the construction and demolition will take place. We share a private road with the applicants, and it's a very steep, you heard the architect talk about the property. It's a very steep grade. And we're just worried about safety and wear and tear up and down the private road if that's the route that the construction and demolition takes. A lot of construction, all of the buildings that are there have been built by water access. So we're hoping to encourage that. And we just wanted to raise a concern about the safety and legal implications of road access. It's a seasonal road, it's a small road, it cuts across our two properties, and it's very steep. And over the years, we've seen big trucks struggle to get up and down that road. So we just wanted to come and put that on the record. The plans, as we understand them, sound good. We like the work that we've seen of Marty's, so it's just really the how of it that we're concerned with. And
I'm not sure that we can speak to, you know, anything associated with the private road. Sean, did you have a comment?
Well, that's exactly what I was gonna say. It's the access to the proposal has no bearing on our review of the application today, but I'm not sure if the applicant would be able to address whether or not they're planning to do water access for construction or a combination of that and road access. But either way, it has no impact on my recommendation today, being that it's a private road.
okay, well, thanks for hearing our concern. That was the main thing.
Thank you. Ms. Kelson, did you wish to speak as well? You need to come forward to the microphone.
Hi, thank you. Just to reiterate what my husband
Just
said.
to confirm, your name is
Oh,
Patricia
oh,
Kelson?
No, that's Patricia. I'm Elizabeth. Yeah. Yeah.
Your name is?
Elizabeth Kelson. Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate those concerns and wonder if Marty could speak to that. I mean, it is a private road, and it is, according to the deed, I guess, that it's 2-car access per property. So if we could get some kind of assurance that, I mean, people say, oh, we'll use the lake, and then that doesn't happen. So we just wanted to have it on record that it will significantly impact the road and our quality of life for that period of time. If the primary construction and demolition doesn't take place via the lake. So, yeah.
Are there any questions for Ms. Kelson? Seeing none.
Yeah, we're just wondering about the legal implications if something were to happen. Yeah.
I think you're going to hear from
Yeah,
our
okay,
planner with
great.
respect to that.
So because it's a private road, we have no regulation over how they use it if they access it. So even if they were to say today that they're going to access the property by the water, not the road, there's nothing stopping them from changing that in the future. So unfortunately, there's not much we can do as a township to regulate the use or access over a private road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess goodwill would be something. And we actually haven't talked to them. We thought they'd be here today. Pardon me?
I'm sorry. There's, that's, exchanges like that aren't allowed.
Thank you. And we haven't actually talked to the owners, and I was wondering if Marty, the architect.
We'll ask him if he can speak to that.
Oh,
Thank you. Can either one of the agents speak to the concern that's been raised?
No, this is a very real concern, but it's about, we're here about variances. This is about the fact of construction, and it's a very real concern, and it certainly has been discussed and will continue to be discussed. We have very good contractors, and that's not my territory.
Okay. I'll call her. Does Ms. Bennetton wish to speak to us in response to the concerns that have been raised, or make any other comments?
Only to say that I know that the owners are aware of the process that's going on right now. I believe they are in the virtual audience right now. And so, you know, I know that they are very keen to maintain good relationships with their neighbors. So they will be more than happy to enter into a conversation with their neighbors about this.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this particular application? Hearing none, we have heard all of the applications, so I would ask for a mover and a seconder to adjourn the public meeting. Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that council adjourn the public meeting at 9:56 a.m. and the regular meeting resume.
All in favor? That's carried. So we have 4 resolutions with respect to each of the applications. I would ask for a mover and a seconder for the Brazelle application.
Are we able to further discuss?
After we have a mover and a seconder and the resolution is on the floor. So could I have a mover and a seconder to put the application on the floor? Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Berry.
By Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved, council receives planning report PL 4124 regarding the rezoning of lands located at part of lot 18, concession 12, geographic township of Sherburne, Brazelle. And that council refuse the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, and further that council direct staff to take the appropriate actions to have the existing illegally constructed structures removed from the subject lands.
Okay, you wish to comment?
I do. I'd really like to know if there is a space in the middle where we can enable their continued use of the island while future plans are considered. For example, I don't have any difficulty with the septic that's been proposed. From what I gather and from speaking to staff, it's a very robust system and would do well by the environment. So I feel fine about the proposed septic. The illegal structures give me pause. You know, they have been illegal for years and years, and to now say it's okay that they stay because they've been there for so long, I don't think is in accordance with our community rules. But I'd like to find out from the planner and from council, you know, is there a compromise position where They could stay, for example, up until the point that an application to construct a fully complying, fully legal dwelling has been approved. Is something like that possible? I don't feel comfortable with the final point on the resolution that the township would take steps to remove the illegal structures. I'd much prefer to see if we can allow them to stay until such a time, an agreed time, that a fully compliant dwelling is brought forward.
Can you respond to that, John? Is there a possible way for them to submit an application for something that may comply with the building code? And allow them to continue to reside there? I'm thinking of a circumstance where people are allowed to put a house trailer on a property while they're constructing. This, I'm wondering if this would be perceived as being, a whole lot different from that, as long as there's a sort of a set period of time within which we see that.
So unfortunately, with a zoning amendment, you cannot attach conditions to it, where a minor variance application you could. However, this application does not meet the tests of a minor variance, so it has to proceed through a zoning bylaw amendment. And we have to deal with the application that's before us. My primary concern, or a significant concern of mine with it, is the standard of construction that humans are habitating in, and the liability of the township, knowing full well that these illegal structures, which we're not sure what standard were constructed to, are being used for human habitation. So based on all the information I've seen, that's why I have come to the recommendation that I put forward to council, that the application not be approved. That does not prohibit council from making it. I'm only making a recommendation based solely on the planning implications when reviewing these.
I don't think that we're necessarily disagreeing with the recommendation and the rationale behind it. I think that we're trying, as Deputy Mayor Dayu has said, we're trying to find some, what I'm hearing is that we're kicking you off the island, and that's not the intent. The intent is to bring things into conformity in one way or another. And I'm not sure what mechanism there is in place for us to do that. Is there a subsequent resolution that we could pass that would address that in any way? Madam CAO.
I'm just wondering, given the concerns of the planner about the habitability of the structure, and I'm sort of looking at the CBO, is there a way, if council was interested in allowing the structure to remain, to require some sort of engineering review and certificate that the applicants could, it would definitely involve probably some invasive investigation on behalf of an engineer, but it might provide what we're looking for. And if there was anything, it might say it's fine, or it might say this, and this needs to happen, but I don't even know if that's possible.
Yes, excuse me, thank you. Yes, that definitely is possible, and that would be the only avenue. That would have to be a structural engineer, have a peek at the current build. We wouldn't be able to look at it ourselves without a permit. We wouldn't be able to get a permit without planning approval, so it would, in this case, would have to be a structural engineer.
John?
So I guess the options that are available to council is either to refuse the application, approve it, or defer it. If council were to defer the application, it could be based on conditions such as an engineer's report on the structures that are there, which could be brought back to council to then decide on the application based on that additional information. And then should the application be approved by council, building permits would be required, and that engineer's report would then support the approval of the structures.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I like that. I do. I have a question though regarding if they can't apply for a new structure, say their desire is to have a new structure, but they can't apply for that until there's a zoning, a zoning bylaw change, but we're not able to give them that change. What is their avenue? What is their potential avenue for informing council their potential intentions? Like I would hate to lose sight that maybe they would like to do something, but we're not giving them the avenue to show us formally what their intentions are. Is there scope in what you've proposed for future intentions to also be outlined, and could we hold them to that?
So unfortunately, no, because it would be a whole other application at that point. So, and like I mentioned before, we can't include conditions in the approval. So unfortunately, there's no way to tie the requirement for future development on the property. We'd have to deal with that specifically when it was applied for at that time.
Oh, I guess what I'm wondering is if there's any way that we can amend the resolution. I think we want to meet, the requirements that we've got and make sure that everybody's safe and there's no liability concerns. But we also want to see, as Deputy Mayor Dayu is saying, some middle ground or some way to move forward. Is there any way that the motion could be amended to suggest that that removal action be deferred until further discussions or application take place, let's say within, even if we set a period of time? Is there any way that we can do that? This is a struggle for us all. I mean,
So the short answer is no, because that would be a condition of the zoning amendment, which we can't do.
but the applicants would understand that there is an avenue for them to follow. Okay, I'm looking for an opportunity for other members of council to speak, but go ahead, Councillor Dayu. No, I mean, you go ahead.
Is it possible to approve the septic proposal now without having a resolution on the other things? Or you see what I'm
Would say no. I'm betting that John is going to say no. Could be wrong.
Another short answer, no.
okay.
Councillor Shortreed and then Councillor Barry.
So what you're saying is if we defer it and we get an engineer's report saying that the structure is okay, then the structure will become legal?
So if council wants to move in the direction of approval of what structures are there, I would suggest deferral would be the best option. And then we obtain this engineer's report, that be brought back to council. It's likely my recommendation would still be refusal of the application, but should council still approve the application based on this engineer's report, the level of liability that the township would be exposed to, I think, would be significantly reduced in that.
So the applicant could also come back not only with an engineer's report on the existing buildings, but they could also come back with a report saying what they would do to replace the buildings?
Not necessarily. So the report would just be on what's there. They would have to revise their application if they're intending on building something new.
Okay, but they would have, if we deferred, they would have the opportunity to do that.
Yes.
Did you have any other comments or questions, Councillor Barry?
It was sort of along the same lines. Sean kind of answered it. I guess my other question is, in regards to proposal to build something, I understand, similarly to, I think, which has been mentioned, you can, have a trailer while you're building and that type of thing. If the report came back from an engineer that said these are sound or could be temporary dwellings, would the other buildings be impacted as well? So there's a shed and a bunkie would those be part of the engineer's report, or would those be asked to be removed as well? Like there's the trailer with the additions, the bunkie and the shed. I just wonder how that would work in regards to all of this. Would the recommendation still be to have all of the items removed? Or
I think Angie wants to respond.
My thought around the engineer's report was just to do with the cottage. You know, in hearing what council's looking for, sort of a middle ground is an engineer's report on the cottage, and then a decision on the balance of the buildings when it comes back.
Councillor Richards, do you have any comments or questions you'd like to make?
Yeah, I agree with what Angie just said. I think we need to hear that engineer's report on all the structures. I understand where we're at, and you know, technology improvements are such that we're here to hear them out, and we're here to come up with exceptions sometimes to what we would normally not agree to. So I like the idea of deferral with hearing about those engineering report so that we can make a better informed decision. It doesn't sound to me like the applicants, and I can't speak for them, but it doesn't sound to me like they want to do a new build. So I think I'm okay with leaving that off, provided the existing structures are properly dealt with. It is an island. We don't want to, you know, put people at risk when we don't necessarily have emergency personnel to rescue them if there's, you know, significant problems with those structures.
Thank you. Sean.
So with the engineer's report, I would also suggest the sleeping cabin be part of that as well. Just any of the buildings that are used for human habitation. The other accessory structures, I'm not necessarily concerned with, nor would they necessarily require a building permit.
So I am generally hearing council wishes for to consider deferral as opposed to denial. Okay, can we amend the resolution? Which opens up, you know, several doors for you. Councillor Berry.
just for Sean, maybe for the CBO as well. As far as the size of the island, the setbacks and all of that, there is still appetite or ability to construct a small dwelling cottage on there. And I guess, I didn't refer to my zoning bylaws, but I'm just wondering, does it have to be, can it be a seasonal residence if it was reconstructed, or does it have to be a year-round residence? Like, I know that we have different, you know, different definitions of buildings, and I just wonder what that could look like.
So no new structures being proposed as part of this application. But should it be approved through some sort of zoning amendments, the Shoreline Residential 2 zone does allow a seasonal standard of construction.
Thank you.
So could we hear that resolution as amended?
Oh, there's a question from Sabrina.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Richards.
I just had one more question on that engineering report. Should the engineering report come back that those structures are not up to current building code, would it also include what would have to be done to bring it up to current code and the applicant's intention and timeline to do so?
I think the answer is yes. Okay, any further comments? Questions? Revised resolution, please.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved, Council receives planning report PL 4124 regarding the rezoning of lands located at part of lot 18, concession 12, geographic township of Sherburne, Brazelle, and the council defer the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. And that the applicants are requested to provide a report on the existing cottage and sleeping cabin prepared by a structural engineer and to be brought back to council.
All in favor? That's carried. Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder on the application for Wiley? Councillor Shortreed, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved that council receives planning report PL 4220.
Excuse me, just hang on while we're passing the resolution.
Start again. Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council receives planning report PL 4224 regarding rezoning of lands located at part of lot 28, concession 12, geographic township of Stanhope, Little Hawk Lake, Wiley, and that council directs a bylaw be brought forward for consideration.
All in favor? That's carried. Okay, you can, if you want to go ahead between resolutions. Okay, mover and a seconder for the Gilchrist application. Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council receives planning report PL 4324 regarding the rezoning of lands located at part of lot 29, concession A, geographic township of Sherburne, Gilchrist, and the council directs a bylaw be brought forward for consideration.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, a mover and a seconder for the application by McKenzie. Councillor Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 4424 regarding rezoning of lands located at part of lot 15, concession A, geographic township of Sherburne, McKenzie, and the council directs a bylaw be brought forward for consideration.
All in favor? That's carried. I'm going to recommend a 15-minute pause until 10:30. Welcome back to the open session. The next item on the agenda is a presentation by Carl Pahapel and Rebecca McDonald from Pahapel and Associates with our year-end financial consolidated statements.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you yet.
Okay. I'll start my video. There we go. There we are.
And good morning to you both.
Good morning. Thank you very much. We will now present the annual financial statements. I will start off and then turn over to Rebecca to go over some of the detailed numbers. So I would ask you to turn to the independent auditor's report. So we have audited the consolidated financial statements of the Corporation of Township of Algonquin Highlands for the year end December 31st, 2023. In our opinion, the accompanying consolidated financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the Corporation of the Township of Algonquin Highlands in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. This auditor's report is a clean auditor's report. There has been this year, there was a new accounting standard that was put in place by our professional body, and these financial statements are giving effect to that new accounting standard. Rebecca will provide some comments in terms of the financial effect of that new standard, but in our opinion, we're required to state, as you can see, there's a paragraph called emphasis of matter. So we draw attention to note 2, which describes the effects of new accounting standards. Our opinion is not modified in respect to this matter. So Rebecca will provide detail in terms of the effect of that new standard as she continues. So again, this is a clean auditor's report. We've completed our audit work. We had no difficulties or issues or unusual issues, and so we are satisfied with the books and records as and the financial statements as we are about to present them today. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Rebecca for comments on the numbers in the financial statements.
Thank you. So I'm going to start on page 4, which is your consolidated statement of financial position. So your financial assets are the first thing at the top there that's listed. So there's about $10 million of cash and cash equivalents and 1.6 million of accounts receivable. There is an increase of about 120,000 over the prior year. It's primarily the timing of HST rebates and ITCs that are included in there. Your liabilities include accounts payable and accrued liabilities of 1.5 million. There was an increase of about 147,000 over last year. 98,000 of that was trade payables. The next item down is your deferred revenue of 600,000. These next 3 things have related notes to them, so I'm going to flip to them all at once. So then the third item down is the old standard, the landfill closure and post-closure liability. And then last item in that section is the new asset retirement obligation. So we de-recognize the old standard and recognize the new one, but it's essentially the same issue. So we're going to flip to note 5 on page 12. So this note is the continuity of your deferred revenue. So we start with the balance at the beginning of the year, 520,000. In total contributions received of about 212,000, 27,000 of interest earned, and 159,000 was taken into income. So we end up with a balance at the end of the year of 600,000, and then just to the left there, it has the composition of what that deferred revenue is made up of. On the next page, note 7 is your credit facility agreement. So what is available to the township, and just the last sentence there just says none of it was used at the end of the year. Note 8, this is the old landfill closure and post-closure liability note. So these are last year's figures, and just the last sentence there, as of January 1st, 2023, the municipality adopted public sector 3280, which is the asset retirement obligation, and derecognized the landfill closure and post-closure liability. So this is no longer applicable. And instead, the next note, note 9, is the new asset retirement obligation standard. So this identifies the landfill obligation. These costs are based on currently known obligations that will exist at the estimated year of closure of the site and for 25 years after for the post-closure costs. So we've identified them by site, the closure date, their capacity, and then the last little chart there is the adjustment for the adoption of the standard. So that is the amount. Of that amount, there's 1.7 million that gets added to an asset. And then it's the accretion expense is the passage of time for the year. And then the settlement of the obligations relates to the 2 landfill sites that are closed. So at the end of the year, there is a liability of $2,102,000 for the landfill closure and post-closure costs. Note 11, the first 2 paragraphs are new commitments for this year. So a contract for rehabilitation of the Dorset Rec Center. As of December 31st, 720,000 of work has been completed. So that's included in your assets, the work in process. And then the second paragraph, there's a 3-year contract for supply, delivery, and spreading of liquid calcium chloride for the 2023 to 2025 seasons. So that's new this year. We're going to flip back to the statement of financial position on page 4. So under the last little bit there, the non-financial assets consists of your tangible capital assets of 18.4 million. You've got inventories of supplies, which is primarily fuel, and then prepaid expenses, they're prepaid subscriptions, memberships, fees, and expenses. So schedule 1 is your tangible capital assets. It is page 20 of our statements. So this one just shows your continuity of assets by type. Total additions for the year was 4.5 million. Of that, 1.7 was the landfill asset addition. There was some waste management additions of about 570,000. There was tennis court resurfacing, some additions to the library, some roads that had some road work done on them. McPhail Road, North Shore, Hewitt are just a few of them. And then in work in process, there was the Dorset Rec Center and the Public Works Garage. So at the end of the year, we had additions that were more than your amortization of about 1.7 million. So that just means that your assets are being replaced as they're being used up or amortized. On page 5 is your consolidated statement of operations and accumulated surplus. So at the end of the year, we had total revenue of 11.5 million. This is an increase of about 600,000 over budget. And that is 449,000 increase in other revenue. There was a 200,000 investment income increase over budget. And then there was about 160,000 of shoreline revenue that's included in there. Total expenses for the year of 9.7 million. It's a decrease of about 1.6 million over budget. And most of that is to do with the landfill. So there's a credit balance in there because we have to derecognize that $900,000 landfill liability under the old standard. And then under the new standard, it's recorded as an asset and a liability. The difference of the 300,000 for that landfill liability is the 2 sites that are closed. They do not get added to an asset. So then the other major difference is there was about a $290,000 decrease in recreation and culture. It was primarily wages. There was a decrease of about 300,000 under transportation. There was that was consulting. About 102,000 is a decrease of winter expenses, supplies and maintenance, and about 40,000 for the airport. And then the environmental decreased about 227,000 over budget. That was about 150,000 of that was recycling, wages, and then repairs and maintenance was the difference. So at the end of the year, you ended up with an annual surplus of $1.8 million. When we add that to the accumulated surplus at the beginning of the year, we end up with an ending accumulated surplus of just over 26 million. And Schedule 2, which is your last page. This is the breakout of your accumulated surplus. There is a change on this statement. This draft copy here, there should not be an amount in under the general operating surplus or deficit line. That should be 0. And the working capital should be $1,620,043. I did send Jean a final copy of this amended schedule, so that will be included on the final. That will be updated. So at the end of the year, reserves will be about $9.6 million. And the township has about $10 million of cash. So that's to back up those reserves. And at the end of the year, we had tangible capital assets of 18.4 million set aside. The amount to be recovered is the landfill liability and then the amount for the cemetery board. So that's what makes up your surplus. The other thing I was just going to point out is note 2 on page 11. As we referenced in our audit report, this is the change in the accounting policies. So there's a bunch of standards that did change this year. These are all adopted prospectively from the date of adoption. The only one that impacts your statements is the asset retirement obligations this year. So we did recognize the landfill closure and post-closure liability, and then we recognize the asset retirement obligation in the current year. And then there is an updated policy on the page before that, page 10, related to the asset retirement obligation. So this is the new policy that relates to that new note. It just stipulates when an asset retirement obligation is recognized. It's recorded at the best estimate of the expenditures required to retire the capital asset. The changes in the liability for the passage of time are reported as an accretion expense. And then the cost related to the asset is amortized over the useful life of the landfills. So those are just the highlights on your statements. Is there any questions?
Do members of council have any questions on the financial statements? I don't hear any questions. I would like to thank our treasurer for the work that she's done. We seem to be in good condition, and I think we all appreciate that. So to everyone involved in our financial statements, thank you. If there are no questions, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the financial statements and report? Councillor Shortreed and Barry.
By Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, council hereby acknowledge the presentation made by Carl Papel and Rebecca McDonald of Papel and Associates regarding the 2023 draft financial statements, and that council accepts the 2023 consolidated financial statements as amended, and further council receives the audit findings and representations letter for 2023 and authorizes the mayor and treasurer to sign the said letters.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, folks. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Were there any concerns or any items that council wishes to pull from the consent agenda? If not, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the consent agenda? Deputy Mayor Dayu. Councillor Richards.
By Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved that items listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and enacted in one motion. Council members may request one or more items be removed from consent agenda for separate discussion and or action, and that each and every matter of business contained in the consent agenda is recorded separately in the minutes of the meeting, and that council has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of various staff reports containing proposed recommendations, and further council approve and adopt the June 20th, 2024 consent agenda and recommendations contained in the staff report, and direct staff to proceed with all necessary administrative actions.
All in favor? That's carried. Next up, building and bylaw. Morning again, Mr. Moore.
Morning again, Mayor and Council.
So your first report is your April and May monthly activities.
Yes, thank you. There's nothing outstanding here. Typical on track from last year, looks like, for permits. Received 42,000 in fees, and we obtained a construction value in excess of $7 million. So
Are there any questions on the monthly activity report? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive it? Councillor Berry, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Berry, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council receives building bylaw report BLDG 1224 regarding monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the updated building bylaw draft.
yes, thank you. The reason to bring this to council's attention, of course, is our process has changed on how we take permits. It's electronic now. We just wanted to update the bylaw to reflect that, as well as the addition of the fees, or fines, sorry. As in the past, as the reports suggest, our mechanism for compliance has been through the court system, and it is becoming increasingly lengthy to get through the system. So we have implemented, as looking at other townships have done a similar thing, implemented fines so that we may proceed on a ticket basis, part one of the POA, as the report indicates.
Are there any questions, Councillor Berry?
Just in the regards to the comment on these being digital, can people still manually do applications? They have, it's now an option to do them digitally, or they have to be done digitally?
We processed, through you, Mayor, we processed the applications. All the applications are processed through Cloud Permit. They're generated through Cloud Permit, but we are certainly willing to assist anybody with that. If they have hard copies, I'm willing to assist at this end for sure.
Any other questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the report and approve the draft bylaw? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Berry.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved, council receives building bylaw report BLD 1324 regarding proposed building bylaw for information, and that council approves the changes as presented and directs the bylaw be brought forward for further consideration.
All in favor? It's carried. Thank you, sir. I think we'll move on to Parks, Recreation and Trails. Morning, Mr. Card.
Morning, Mayor and Council.
So the first item is the Recreation Committee update, which is from May the 15th. Any comments on that from either yourself or members of council?
So from myself, of course, several big events are coming up that the committee is very involved in. So the Canada Day event, which is forthcoming this coming long weekend, and then the fishing derby. So right into the planning of those items.
I saw the hand up from Councillor Shortreed. You wanted to comment?
Just the tree lighting dates for Dorset, Stanhope, Knoxtongue. We've put them on. We've arranged them around other events and changed the Dorset one back to Sundays that it used to be.
Sunday? Hopefully we'll get a reminder sometime a little bit later on in the year. The only question I have, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councillor Barry.
Sorry, I think I have it written down. I just wanted to confirm that the Canada Day celebration is on Canada Day. And the Dorset grand opening is on the 27th. That's correct.
Yep. Yeah, and I would encourage everyone who is possibly available for that day to be present for Canada Day. The only comment that I've got or question I've got is I understand there's some concerns about the soil spreading. And I'm hoping that that will be done in a manner that does not deter from kids being able to, have some area to run and play.
Yes, so to add some context, this is soil for the back area of the field behind the Oxtongue Lake Community Center, which was a budgeted item. And actually crews are up there today working on that. And we'll be spreading topsoil from the outhouse back, and all of the event organizers are aware of that. So there will still be space for the traditional event without any fresh soil down.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Could anything else on the rec minutes? Could I have a mover and a seconder to approve them? Councillors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed, be it resolved the May 15th, 2024 Recreation Committee meeting minutes be received for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the agreement for this youth rangers. I think that that's under the bylaw portion of the agenda, but was there any comment that you wanted to make about that?
Happy to receive this funding again this year for the MNRF to run a program to fund wages for 4 youth ranger staff as well as their team lead. All staff have been hired. Our team lead has started and our youth rangers will be starting just after the long weekend. So another excellent partnership where youth get some great work experience in the field.
Great.
Okay, so we will deal with that under the bylaw portion. The next item is the Boshkong Lake Summer Sizzle event request. I see this as being a trial event and it's a good opportunity for them, despite the fact that they've been asked to relocate their situation a little bit. Did you want to speak to that, please?
Yeah, so the reason I brought this to council for consideration just is around the location that they're requesting. I have spoke to the organizers about this ahead of this. However, the main event organizer is out of province at the moment. We won't be able to have an event meeting until after the July long weekend. And we'll be looking at that as a possibility, but they were hoping to run the event out of the parking lot. And there's an outline of the event proposal there. And I have some concerns around that because to have it there, that is where all of our township vehicles and some equipment sit. And it's also a main parking area for access to the courts, et cetera, during a peak use time, which would be blocking access to that. So although it would be great there, I don't think those considerations combined with the fact that we need to consider 150 event attendees as well as all of the event staff and their parking, et cetera. I just don't think it'd be able to handle it. And the best option would be to put them back in the pavilion space. There's power there. It gives them the option of if it's raining or anything like that. The concern they had was then they're moving catered food back and forth from the kitchen at the Stanhope Community Center back to there. However, I think that's more agreeable than blocking the whole parking lot area, which there just wouldn't be space for. So what I'm bringing to council for consideration is just to deny the request as it is in that location and give approval to go ahead with working with them on an event layout, whatever it may be, that isn't going to block that parking area, with the preference being back at the pavilion space.
I'm just wondering about a resolution that approves the event, but based on alternate location. Thoughts from council? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Did you get a sense from your conversation that the catered food delivery would be almost fatally unable to go ahead because of it being in the second location, or is it just a problem they're going to have to sort through, but they can?
It's going to be a problem they're going to have to sort through. Until we have the site meeting, exactly what that effect will be is unknown.
Madam CAO.
I think Chris has made the recommendation to approve the event request in principle with the final location to be determined.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
that would work. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the request? Councillors Barry and Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, Council receives Parks, Rec and Trails Report PRT 1024 regarding the Boschman Lake Summer Sizzle event request for information, and that Council approves the event request in principle with the final location to be determined at the discretion of the Parks, Recreation and Trails Manager in consideration of parking and regular user access as outlined in the report.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is your monthly activity report, including all of results of the water sampling program.
Yes, so like everyone, very busy time of year. And as far as recruitment goes, I just want to highlight we still are recruiting for trails office attendant positions, but otherwise we've hired all of our seasonal positions, which is fantastic. A couple of highlights. I'd just like to touch briefly on the grand opening event and just some highlights of where we're at with that. So we've rented a 40 by 60 tent just in case we have adverse weather conditions there for out at the Tapscott Lopez Park. We've ordered our recognition sign and plan to have that in place. Because the funding for the HVAC portion of the project of the Dorset Recreation Center was a grant fund, we are required to have some sort of recognition associated with that as well. So in that regard, we've invited the MP and the MPP. We have received confirmation from Jamie Schmale that he'll be attending. Unfortunately, Lowry Scott will send her regrets, however, be sending some words along with that. We have our band, the Adverse Conditions, who's a 10-piece band with a brass section who's going to be and they're a local band, which is fantastic, who's going to be giving us entertainment out of the pavilion space that day. So things are really coming together. We have our food booked through a local caterer, which is fantastic. We're able to do that. So really looking forward to the event. Madam Mayor, you can anticipate that I'll be reaching out to you just to discuss some specifics around timelines, et cetera, for speeches and those types of things and details associated with that.
Okay, thank you. Angie.
I just want to add as well that we've been working in collaboration with the county's tourism manager. She has some swag that for the 150th anniversary of the county that we're going to be able to get our hands on, that we'll be able to hand out for that day as well. So it's pretty exciting.
Right on. That's good. Any comments or questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the activity report? Councillors Short-Reed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, Council receives Parks, Rec and Trails Report PRT 1124 regarding monthly activities for the month of May for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is a request for lacrosse on our multi-purpose court. This is another bit of an exciting trial.
Yeah, so correct. We had this request, which was very intriguing, and our rec coordinator and myself were able to meet with them on site to discuss some various possibilities. And I do think it's an exciting opportunity. However, the challenge that we have, and the reason I'm bringing this to council, is that as council's aware, is we don't historically rent out outdoor spaces, and we've never rented out any of our court space or pavilion space or green space. It's always first come, first serve. So that means we don't have a formal process for that. And we don't have a fee associated with that. All of these things were discussed with the organization who's looking to offer this. And I think it's a good fit. However, we need to recognize that it would be the first time we've done this. It does have the potential to affect unstructured users there. So consideration needs to be given to that. We're not aware of any kind of regular unstructured users there during that time frame. However, we would need to communicate with people, and what I'm proposing is that if council wants to go ahead with this approval of this request, that we put up signage that indicates that space is being rented out for that time frame. Experience with some of our own programs dictates that this isn't a problem. Sometimes there's some communication with some people who have questions. And I'm recommending it as a trial if we wanted to go ahead with it, understanding that this doesn't necessarily mean we'd approve similar requests. But if there were an issue with people being in there on a regular basis during that time, we're not staffed at that time, and the organizers, the people running at Raven Lacrosse, would have to communicate to people verbally that they have the space rented and kind of point out the sign. If that were a problem, I'd just look to the next step, just lock up the space, the staff finish at the end of the day, and then they would have a key to get in and open it, and signage would be posted accordingly. So there's that consideration. And normally when these types of requests come forward, the first place my mind goes is how it might relate to our programming development process. And typically we have what those of you who have been involved in the rec committee would know as the enhanced partnership program, which allows us to have a third party come in and we take a portion of what they're charging as a rental fee. And then essentially it's a program that we're assisting running. Raven Lacrosse isn't interested in that process in this case. And that's because that would mean we're taking registrations, we're doing promotion. They're not looking for those services from us. They're just looking to rent the space and offer this program. So therefore it falls into the uncategorized category of our development process, which means it comes to council. Because there's not a fee associated with it, I discussed that with them, and they're requesting a similar fee structure as to what they've been offered for indoor space in our neighboring municipalities. I have confirmed that, and it is $50 per hour for indoor space. And their ask is that we charge between $50 to $60 per hour, which would include any insurance considerations. If council approves going ahead with this, we'd make sure that insurance is in place, absolutely, but the details of that would need to be finalized. So looking for council feedback on running this program Wednesday night starting July 31st for youth for an introductory lessons for lacrosse, and for a fee that lands between the $50 to $60 range once we have the insurance implications sorted out.
Questions or comments, Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Yeah, I like everything proposed. I think it's entirely reasonable, and it reminds me of so many other townships where there's a ball pit and a ball field, like a baseball field or a soccer pitch, and it's available for everyone. But if you show up and there's an organized event going on, people understand. Like it's just part of how the community operates. And I think what you're proposing is very much in line with that, and I bet it'll work.
Any other comments or questions? Could I then have a mover and a seconder to proceed with the trial as recommended? Councillor Berry and Councillor Richards.
Moved by Counselor Barry, seconded by Counselor Richards. Be it resolved, Council receives Parks Recreation Trails Report PRT 1224 regarding lacrosse request for Stanhope Stanhope multi-purpose for information, and the council directs that a fee of $50 per hour of insurance and taxes be charged for the use of the multi-purpose court as outlined in the report. And finally, council approves a request for Raven Lacrosse to run a weekly lacrosse skills program on Wednesday evenings in July to August on a trial basis only.
All in favor? That's carried. Okay, on to something tiny bit more challenging is the Little Boshkong Lake boat launch proposed deepening. If you'd like to speak to that?
Yes, through you, Mayor. So council will recall the request that was received at the last council meeting, the direction of engaging our consultant to look at the potential option of what it would look like to deepen the launch there, as suggestions were made about being able to dredge the site. So following that, we did reach out to the consultant that we typically work with on our landing projects, Tulloch, and we did review the site, myself and our project manager there along with them. And following that, some cost estimates were put together. So what I've got before council today is an overview. Well, the cost estimates attached to that, but also an overview of the considerations associated with the cost estimate. And to give a general overview of what's possible if council wanted to go in this direction, is that as expected, mostly sand was found at the site from the landing out to 185 feet. The consultant, while we were there, donned their chest waders and they walked out into the water through the whole area, measuring depths throughout. It doesn't drop off till that 185-foot mark. It deepens right off of the end of the boat launch, then it comes up shallow, and then it's a pretty consistent depth with a slight outslope until that drop off. And mainly sand. However, the environmental review process would still have to confirm all of the soil conditions there. If what the consultant had said may be possible, and again, this would all be following the environmental review, would be something along the lines of dredging out the site, and to do that, because of the distance, would require a barge with a backhoe on the barge, removal of any environmentally sensitive things that may be present and identified, and they call that de-fishing the location if needed. And then removing the sand, bringing it back to shore, trucking it away. That sand would all need to be soil tested before it's brought to landfill based on regulations. And then kind of a wedge-shaped basin would need to be created all the way out, hardened with aggregate, and then various options for a finishing up to a concrete pad finishing right out to the 185-foot mark. I did discuss with them what that would look like as far as both timelines, but then if we did do that, what could be expected for maintenance over time. The big highlight there is that, again, because of the wave action and knowing that it's a sandbar, there would be some infill anticipated over time. It'd be reasonable to expect. The timeline associated with that is not possible to determine. So that's to say, we would expect that over time it would fill in. It would need filled, dredged out again at some point. The lifespan that it would get between dredgings is impossible to predict. I've included project timelines here, and this is relative to the requests of urgency, and there's a number of letters council will see attached to this portion of the agenda.
I've seen the letters.
And in relation to the urgency, I asked the very specific question of the consultant that if we did go ahead with this, what are the timelines we'd be looking at? And I've outlined that here, and best case scenario would be 6 months. Now that wouldn't include any other considerations for the potential of further council discussion, because from the environmental process, then designs need to be finalized, which would then further give us more information about exact costing and any other associated things with that. So that's just to say that without question, this is not in this manner a project that we could pull off before winter. So the cost estimate is attached for council's consideration, and the consultant has indicated that if council decided to go ahead with the next step, the next thing to move forward with would be that environmental review process, which would then inform everything else from that.
Would the environmental review process include like an environmental impact study, or just a approval to move forward with the project from various government departments?
Both.
I'm surprised to see that we could get an environmental impact study completed in 4 to 10 weeks, given the fact that we would have to put it out for tender. But just a couple of comments, and then we'll move to questions or comments from council. I do have to say that I was a little bit disappointed with the letter writing campaign. I don't see that as being necessarily beneficial to our decision-making process. And I was disappointed in some of the negative comments and accusations pointed at staff and council. I thought they were unwarranted. But I mean, I understand that, you know, associations and people who are anxious about issues that, you know, that's a practice that they get into. I did want to just talk about a couple of other things that have been kind of in the works behind the scenes. There was a piece of land that, or is a piece of land that Minden Hills owns on Little Bosch Kung Lake that was suggested as being a possibility. The mayor has sent me pictures of that and is suggesting that it is, you know, exactly the same kind of circumstances as we're looking at, extremely shallow, sandy land and not appropriate in his estimate to go forward with. There have been discussions by the Lake Association with respect to a possible launch area at the Twin Lakes site that you and I looked at, Chris. And there has been some positive discussion with respect to that. But from my perspective, I would think that the new owners of the Twin Lakes resorts have got a big project on their hands and a lot of priorities there. And whether this is one of their top priorities, I'm not sure. But there was an estimate that was provided of in and around, I understand, $100,000 to do the work. But there's still a lot of things like land acquisition or access agreements, shoreline road allowance ownership and things like that. So, you know, that's an unknown. And I would think that if there was, you know, there would need to be more information about that and conversation about that as a possible alternate. You know, the price is shocking. I knew it was going to be a lot of money, but it's a horrendous amount of money. The other couple of other things that have come up, several environmental influencers in the community and organizations have suggested that the amount of phosphorus that would be increased by the dredging that was required would be astronomical. Decades of phosphorus released into the lake, which was of course a concern. And it's also a swan nesting area and a loon nesting area, two things which I would assume would come up in the, well, I think all of that would come up in the environmental assessment. I did do some, you know, there has been talk of, you know, what are, from the Lake Association, what are our alternates? Like if you can't do something for us within the timeline that has been suggested, something that I've suggested will be of an extreme challenge. Was the thought that, well, you know, there's a possibility that the Lake Association could look into the services of a crane. And having heard several kind of astronomical costs associated with the crane, along with other suggestions that the crane wouldn't cost so much, I took it upon myself yesterday to call the area crane company, who said there would be some investigation about best site and location about what they could do the work. And it was not as nearly as expensive as I thought it might be. So that's another thing that will probably come up in discussion as we move forward. But meanwhile, having said so much, I would now look to members of council for comments and thoughts about whether or not, and or how we proceed. Councillor Shortreed.
Just to ask Chris, when would a survey come into effect so we know how much property there we actually own?
That would need to be done
After?
immediately as well, and that would be something associated with the initial review and the environmental assessment.
And that's another thing I think that we would, that we would have to be in contact with MTO to see, whether or not they would even approve it, given the limited amount of space between the launch and the highway, and actually, what the limits of ownership or where ownership is. Councillor Shortreed.
Just on that note of MTO, do you need to get their approval, I guess, if anything will affect the integrity of their roadbed? I mean, we don't want to wash out like it was on 35 in the spring. So do they have to have input into this?
I don't know the exact answer to that question. I would assume that typically, if you approach their property, there's going to be some consultation requirements, yes.
Councillor Barry.
I know you said you didn't really know the answer to this, but, given just from the preliminary look at it, if this had to be done again, would it be possibly the same cost associated with this? If the sand fills back in and we have to re-dredge and all of that, would it still be $600,000?
It would be the portions associated with mobilization and demobilization, environmental protection such as turbidity curtains, silt fencing, and then the dredging operations with barging, equipment rental and material removals off-site, which makes up basically item 1, 2, and 3 of the quote.
Other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Thanks very much for this last minute work on this. I mean, this has come upon lots of folks as a bit of a surprise, and you've jumped into action and provided information, and I do appreciate that. I do have some pretty serious concerns with the prospect of going ahead with this. There are 3 in particular. The first is, if I look at the other launch sites we've got that are municipally run and on municipal land across Algonquin Highlands, it appears to me that historically we have met the lake in the condition in which we find it. So there may be alterations that happen, but if it's a shallow area of lake on the patch of shoreline that the township owns, we don't change the geomorphology in order to create a deep hull port. We provide a launch that meets the lake where it is, with the conditions that it offers. And while this may not be a policy that's been written in stone at any point, it does appear to historically be the approach that has been taken, both for, I'm sure, budgetary reasons as well as environmental reasons. This is what is being proposed or requested by these citizens is essentially to force a square peg into a round hole. The site, and I've looked at it, I've spent time there, and very grateful to hear your impressions too, but it's not a deep hull site, it's a shallow site. And as to the sandbar, I am not surprised at all to hear that it should be expected that sand would come back through. This is not a place for a deep hull launch. And while I have great empathy for folks who have deep hull boats, I don't think it's our responsibility to change the geomorphology of a lake in order to meet those expectations, given that there are deep hull sites around the lake. It just so happens that our property is not a deep hull property. So that sort of comes up to
not public access deep hull sites. alternate.
No, I appreciate that, but they've not been using on they've not been relying on a public access site up until now. They've been relying on a private site up until now. But that brings me to my second point, which is a fear about level of service. So if we should change this for this site and create a big piece of infrastructure that has recurring operational costs and maintenance costs, then there are any number of other sites within Algonquin Highlands or lakes within Algonquin Highlands, which would expect that we would increase the level of service on those sites as well. And I think for any kind of municipal function, if there is an order of magnitude change in level of service, that has to be a broader policy conversation. It's not a site-specific thing. It's are we prepared as a township to fundamentally alter the level of service? It would be like saying we're going to do house-to-house garbage pickup for this lake community, but not for the other lake communities. No, it's a level of service change. And that's not a conversation we've had. And given the state of costs and our, what we're already asking of taxpayers in order to service or finance the services that we have, I'm not sure that's a level of service that I would be willing to explore at this stage. And finally, the third piece of information that it sounds like we don't have yet, but I certainly would want to know before approving any kind or voting for, I apologize, voting for in favor of any kind of further or any funds to go towards this, is an understanding of how many boats would rely on a deep hull launch across the Three Lake system. So are we talking about 5 or are we talking about 200? And how many of those are Algonquin Highlands taxpayers? Because I totally get that we want services to be available publicly, but this is a high dime to put on the Algonquin Highlands taxpayer if only a few people are going to really benefit from the site alterations and say, I don't know, half, I have no idea, but some of those individuals are not even taxpayers within Algonquin Highlands, they're taxpayers elsewhere. So what would be the cost share involved or how would we work it financially to recognize that we would be providing this service for folks who would not be paying for this service? So those are my 3 points of concern.
And they're all extremely valid and well put. Thank you. One of the things that I have been trying to determine is the number of boats that truly are impacted. I mean, it's fine to say that there's 700 or 800, residents split between the 2 municipalities, but that doesn't tell us the number of boats that are really going to, be in a pickle. There is a survey. I tried to reach out to Wedgwood. I was unsuccessful there. They would not respond to me. I spoke several times to the Lake Association president, and they are doing a survey. And I'm not sure what's included in that survey or what information we might get back from that. I would hope that it would let us know, about the number of boats. I am somewhat disappointed in the fact that this has been admittedly by the Minden Hills Mayor and myself. This is a joint problem, but there has been no discussion whatsoever about this at Minden Hills or any kind of commitment from them. And I think that if we're to do something of this magnitude, it's got to be a more of a partnership. If we, in fact, we were to go forward, but I take your points very well. I'm looking to see if Councillor Richards, if you've got some comments, thoughts.
I have a lot of thoughts. I'm very sympathetic to the lake system, to all the residents there that are unfortunately put into this position. And it's very unfortunate that a marina is in a position that needs to close on this lake system that has offered this service to them. But Algonquin Highlands, I think, is doing its responsibility in maintaining the launch that we have. This is, our problem in a sense that our residents are looking for it, but we didn't create this problem. It's a private landowner that has created this problem. And that private landowner is in Minden Hills. And from my perspective, this is Minden Hills' problem to deal with. We don't have the land. We don't have suitable land. It's irresponsible of us to try to change a launch of 185 feet of a sandbar. That's just, I think it's insanity to ask us to do that and for us to agree to that, given the amount of time and effort we spend on trying to protect our lake systems. But I do absolutely feel sympathy for all of the property owners there who own boats, who have those boats in the water already, and I am sure that they are concerned about what they're going to do. I would like if we could possibly find an alternative site to look at that, but this is definitely not it.
Councillor Berry.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. I think that I have no interest in spending any money, given, I think, just preliminary inspection and the work that's been done by Chris and staff, and I think just general consensus that to put more money into any sort of environmental study or any sort of engineering report, I think it's a waste of money. I have no interest in changing the geomorphology. I have no interest in impacting the lake. And I would be more interested in possibly further investigating possibilities of supporting the Twin Lakes property possibly, but as far as this property, I have no interest in proceeding in any way.
Okay, so we're recommending not proceeding with this particular project. Is there any direction that council would like to take? You know, I've heard several times about the possibility of looking at, continuing to look at the feasibility of any other locations. I don't believe that we personally have, or we as a municipality have any land that's available for a similar use, but I guess we could continue to, you know, sort of wait and see what happens with the Twin Lakes site and continue conversations with Minden Hills. But other than that, is there any action that you think that we should be taking? And I really appreciate the comments that you've made, Councillor Richards and yourself, Deputy Mayor Dayu, about, you know, we do appreciate that this is a, you know, a very difficult situation for the folks on the Three Lake system. You know, we feel for them. You know, it's a problem that needs to be resolved, and it's a real challenge for us to be the sole solution finder. Any other thoughts or comments about expectations of going forward? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I don't think it belongs in a resolution necessarily, but I absolutely would remain open to supporting, should Minden Hills have a solution, maybe there is a way that we could engage in conversation about Algonquin Highlands contribution to, you know, to their solution, just as we were hoping that they might, you know, come on board and have a conversation about this site, and be it through supporting a CIP or, you know, who knows, but I'd like to remain open that there is a way that the township can help resolve this. I just don't think, as Councillor Richard said, I don't think it's going to be at this site, but I want to stay open to see how we might support.
Okay, I'm not sure that there's much benefit to be had from any further discussion about this. So I would say that at this point in time, we simply receive the report and do not recommend further action with respect to this location. Does that sound reasonable? Could I have a mover and a seconder to that effect? Councillor Berry? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dyou. Be it resolved, Council receives Park Recreation Trails Report PRT 13 regarding Little Boshkong Lake Boat Launch Deepening submitted by Chris Card and dated June 20th, 2024 for information. And the council acknowledge receipt of correspondence from members of the public related to the Boshkong Lake Boat Launch. And further, that council not proceed with the proposed launch deepening.
All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Next is the Russell Landing Rehab Project.
Yes. Thank you. So, council will recall at their meeting of May 3rd, I had brought a draft community questionnaire for consideration, which was approved to go ahead with. We did release that questionnaire, sending it out to all of the registered property owners on the lake. We received 50 responses, and the entirety of those responses are included here for council's consideration. I've also included an attachment of the site assessment checklist process, which is part of what we do as we're addressing each landing and each project, essentially to document existing site amenities, features, conditions, any noted site potential or restraints. So all of that is there to outline what is there for council as well, including photographs of the site. I've taken all of the information from the questionnaire, including our own review, staff review of considerations of the site, and compiled it into some recommendations for council. And I've listed each one of those by feature and essentially recommendation. And I'm happy to go through those individually if so desired. The intent is that from this to get approval for these various recommendations from council to move forward with giving all of this information to our consultant to then start to put together a design. We go through the various design phases, considering budget, and look at what's possible within what we're recommending. An overview of what we're thinking and the direction we're thinking of going along with the information we've received is that certainly it's a high use site that a lot of people describe has congestion. There's 9 parking spaces there. It's a loading and unloading zone. There's 4 dock spaces. The main priority of this project is to address end of life portion of the retaining wall. This retaining wall is along the back of the parking lot, along the lake. It's a wooden retaining wall that then goes to a stone retaining wall, which then goes to another wooden structure with decking on it, and then out to the docks. We were really prioritizing that first wooden retaining wall along the parking area. However, this is an interesting site and something that we were considering when we were asking the questions in the questionnaire, and that we don't have a launch at this site. There's a marina adjacent to it. We're only providing the parking as a loading, unloading zone along with the docking associated with it. However, the wall that we're considering, when looking at it, what we were unsure of is whether or not that wall is being used to moor boats, whether or not it's being used for construction access to tie up barges, those types of things. So we wanted to get a sense of that. And what we learned through the questionnaire is that congestion is an issue. It is a high use site. Parking delineation and property boundaries and rules and regulations are not what people feel are clear. So and also that that retaining wall is indeed being used to some degree for construction access, for loading and unloading. And we received some thoughts on even how we might be able to improve the space, including that of which is more parking. So the thought is that we would essentially create a loading unloading zone along that retaining wall. And depending on budget and design processes, either end up with a sloping site to some stone out on the lakeside, which would allow us to add some parking, a space where people could pull up, load and unload, which would add some capacity and also add some ability for larger vehicles to turn around. I understand that buses come on a frequent basis to drop off kids for the camps on the lake. Transport trucks pull into there to give large deliveries. We heard from some construction companies who do things like septic pumping, et cetera, who also utilize the site. So I think there's benefit in if we could extend the parking area, and I've highlighted some information here on it, out off of the retaining wall. Now's the time to do that. We'd add parking, add a loading unloading zone, and delineate the parking spaces, add some more clear signage. The next consideration, well, a couple of things that came up from the questionnaire is the hope for some boat launch facilities being installed. And that's beyond the scope of this project. We do have a boat launch on the lake already. Some people reference a South Shore boat launch. That one's owned and maintained by Dysart, which is at the end of Coagama Lake Road. So that's beyond the scope of this project, as is any additional docking, which some people have referenced a need for, council having reviewed and given direction on that in the past. And then finally, council may recall, we did previously remove an end-of-life gazebo structure that was on the deck retaining wall that leads out to the docks there. And some people in the questionnaire have expressed hope that council would consider that going back in. Council at the time, knowing that we had further considerations around future plans for a docks and landings management plan, which is then moved into how we address things now, asked that it come forward at a future date associated with that, which is why you see it here. So looking for council feedback on all of those points to move ahead with the portions that are being recommended from a design perspective. And whether or not council would support the idea of some additional parking with a loading unloading zone, and whether or not council would want to go down the path of reviewing the gazebo.
Thank you, Chris. And before I go on, I just want to thank you for all of the additional unscheduled work associated with the previous discussion that we just had, because I mean, that just kind of came on us and all, and we know that, you know, you've put a lot of time into that. So thanks for that.
Thank you.
With respect to this project, I'm a little bit concerned about additional parking going into the lake. I see that as being intrusive. I know that we've had plans to do like kind of a major parking plan or a master parking plan. You know, as you mentioned, the need for the Parks and Rec master plan, which is, you know, would address some of the concerns. I would like to see us replace what absolutely needs to be replaced there, you know, to maintain the existing facility that we've got in a safe and usable as possible manner. I do think that there's a bit of crossover, you know, between the marina and our facilities, and people not necessarily maybe wanting to pay for facilities. So taking advantage of, for instance, you know, there seems to be a heck of a lot of overnight parking there. And I mean, we clearly state that we do not allow overnight parking. And it looks to me like there are a lot of boats that just simply sit there for a long period of time, and that is not right. So we need to, you know, on another side of things, need to sort of pick up on our socks in the enforcement aspect of that. Because that's creating part of the problem, and it's what's creating the need for the request for more docking space. And to me, that would just, you know, add to the problem that we've already got. More people would park for longer. Anyway, just my thoughts. You know, I want to see us be able to move forward with this. But, you know, we don't actually have the costs associated with adding additional parking, or, you know, some of the suggestions that you're looking for a response to me might need a dollar figure attached to them before we could actually say yes or no. But I'm looking for thoughts from other members of council. Councillor Shortreed.
Any improvement we could make there would be great. My question, Chris, though, where you have the pink shaded for potential increased parking.
If you wouldn't mind, Councillor Shortreed, would you speak into your microphone?
Sorry, in the pink highlighted area where you have the potential increased area for parking, is that water now, or is that just old timbers?
It's water.
Okay. And then the shore road allowance where that boathouse is that owned by anybody, or is that part of the boathouse?
The boathouse is not part of our lot. And we own, and actually this portion of the survey that you're seeing is zoomed in. If you saw the entire survey, we own the whole lot that goes out into the lake there. The extent of which along the road allowance wasn't the intent of what I was looking at with this, so I'm not, I'm hesitant to answer that question.
No, I was just wondering if that boathouse owned any of that property or
I see, okay, so
we can have parking right up to the boathouses, I guess is what I'm saying.
you could, because in this, if you looked at the very top of that image, right under the word retaining, you'll see a thick, bold, black line. And that is the extent of that boathouse's property right there.
Other comments or questions? Councillor Barry.
I'm in full support of the repairs that are needed in regards to the launch. Or the landing, sorry. I don't support the increased parking area. I think before there is any additional money spent on that, I think I would rather spend the money on having bylaw enforce the existing spaces. As far as the gazebo is concerned, I think it's a slippery slope. I think you could easily have every landing and launch wanting the same thing if we put in one there. So as far as precedent, I understand that we've removed it and haven't replaced it, but I don't support putting that in. I know as we're becoming quite familiar with the costs associated with rehabilitating and upgrading or retaining any of the additional work at any of these landings, they're very costly. So I support all of the work that's done in regards to the retaining walls and that type of thing, but as far as more parking or gazebo, I'm not in support of that.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I concur with everything that's been said apart from the no on the gazebo, and I would only in my instance replace the no with a question. When I look at the survey responses, which was so illuminating, I'm so glad we've got them because there is such richness that comes from these sorts of surveys, and this is such a great example of it. But a lot of people, when referring to the gazebo, are talking actually about being sheltered. So it's not about, we want a beautiful big gazebo that looks great and we can get married under. It's more of when I'm loading and unloading and that's, you know, tipping with rain, it's having a shelter where I can bring my things. So I wonder when we refer to the word gazebo here, are we talking about something rather nice, or in that definition, are we including a very basic shelter, almost like a bus shelter, which could be potentially more affordable?
The only thing about this, the gazebo issue, like I'm a little bit torn, because on the one hand, we did remove it. It was existing. So it would be essentially replacing existing structure. On the other hand, the same issue would come up at any other landing that we do. Like we want shelter, we're loading and unloading and it's not great. And, you know, we also want a shelter. And I think the term gazebo is probably a little bit misleading. I mean, it's more a shelter that they're looking for, and it could be something that's just a simple 4 posts and a roof. But you know, I defer to, you know, whatever decision that we make. I'm going to go to Councillor Richards and then back to Councillor Barry. And
I have a few things. I really think that this survey was great. I think it's great that we approached the community to get their feedback on what they're looking for at our launch. And I think we got that. And a lot of the things are really good things that a majority of them want. What I'm concerned about though is that we've only budgeted 175,000 here, and I'm wondering how far that's going to go into this. So my thought is, let's, design considering these things for the future, review what the costs are. But I think we need to look at that in a much larger scope of the entire townships, docks and landings, and parking management plans, and where we can put priority to monies needed, and plan accordingly into the future with these kinds of things in mind. So I'd probably not be prepared to go full out today, and I don't think anyone is without costs on the table. But I think I'd also, not just costs, like to see the entire scope of all our docks and landings, parking management plan be considered before moving ahead in this one area. One thing,
if I could just clarify, when you say before moving ahead in this one area, you mean at all or with additional parking?
Particularly with the additional parking, but also the gazebos, because I do agree that shelters will become commonplace on every launch, and we will have demands for when are we getting ours, whether that's a wooded gazebo or a bus shelter. I think the delineation of parking is a good thing. To add to it right now is maybe outside of our current financial capabilities. Of course, we don't know that until we see the cost. One thing I wanted to touch back on, though, was in consideration of the amount of contractors, delivery vehicles, et cetera, that are now going to our launches. It is becoming very excessive and hard on our infrastructure at all of our docks and landings. And I'm wondering what we can do to protect our docks and landings from that. Can we implement some kind of permitting system for appropriate loading, unloading of construction vehicles, contractors, and equipment? Maybe that'll help fund the damage that's doing to our docks and landings, shortening their lifespans. And then I also wonder on the parking thing, what is the environmental impact to this area of putting parking over water?
Yeah, exactly. That's my major concern about that particular recommendation. Are there, I mean, you've heard our comments. Are there still specific questions that you need answered before you can go forward?
Thank you. These are all excellent points, and yes, I've heard them. With the retaining wall, in regards to a loading and unloading zone, and in regards to construction access, because what's there now is a wooden structure made out of railroad ties, and I'd be looking to provide some protection between the parking area and the drop off of the wall. That's to say that there's not a railing on the edge of a wall where there's a drop off right now. When I talk about that in the questionnaire, folks express that we still need to be able to access over that wall. So I have the challenge of accessing over the wall while also providing protection, which then plays into whether or not we allow construction access there, because it would need to be built to a different standard for, let's say, a dump truck to be able to back up to it to load aggregate onto a barge, compared to the only purpose of it is to create a retaining structure. So is council supportive or interested in? And of course, I'd be looking to discuss costs with the consultant before we finalize anything as well, to make sure it fits within our budget, but to build it to a standard and with the idea of a loading unloading zone that allows some construction access off of that wall.
Thoughts? Councillor Shortreed.
On your survey, when you said you asked businesses like the septic, where did they load? There or down at the South Shore at the Dysart one? Like, did anyone specifically say we load at Russell Landing? Like, I know there's lots of barges with excavators and huge work on them, but I just don't know where they actually, I can find out, but I don't know right now what they use.
There were some who said yes to that question. And of course, they launch probably over at Russell Landing. But from time to time, people are using that wall for construction access. But also for things like a few comments that were received were along the lines of, if we were able to, picture a water access only property needs to bring a wood stove or a fridge or a freezer or something. They're unloading back here, going down the dock to the end of the dock. That spot could be ideal for that type of situation.
I'm kind of hearing that we need to see costs associated with options.
Mhm.
Any other thing? Go ahead, Councillor Barry.
It's a minor thing, but it was in the survey. There's a couple comments about an ability to launch canoes. Is that part of the consideration in any of this drawing, or is that just a comment that we've collected?
My thought there was, and it depended on the parking consideration. Knowing that we don't want to go with the parking consideration, what I would look to do is whether or not we could implement some steps, because several people say that the height of the wall is perfect as far as the fluctuation of the water level on the lake. But it's great for like large pontoon boats, as an example, to pull up to and say load a fridge or freezer, but not a runabout or a canoe or something of that nature for people getting in and out of. There were people who mentioned it'd be nice to have a canoe launch. Is it something you're seeing implemented in projects throughout the province now? Well, not throughout the province, in some places. And my thought there was looking if we could include in the wall steps that would allow access for the fluctuating water levels for various size boats.
I think that would facilitate a number of things. I do like the idea of steps.
Yeah.
Anything else that you need to know right now? And I really do think we need to see, do further investigation of costs. I mean, we know that quite often projects come in above what our estimated costs are, but it's hard to make a decision on these things without knowing what the real financial impact is.
What I'll do is I'll take this information. I'm going to go back to the consultants that have this conversation and start to talk about considerations around costs, see what their thoughts are. And in relation to the gazebo, if we wanted, I'd just be looking for a yes or no, I think, with that. And this is only because, and I heard what several members of council said, but Councillor Richards had talked about the potential of having it looked at as a future design option. And as part of this project, I'd be looking at assessing the longevity of the other portions of the wall, the stone portion, the wooden portion with the decking. The wooden portion with the decking is where the gazebo would go. So if we want to potentially consider a gazebo down the road, I'd be saying to the consultant now, let me know how that wall over there looks relative to when we replace it. I'd also be looking to put a gazebo on it.
Thoughts? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
In concurrence with what others have said, I think, a key piece here is the environment. And if you bring costs back, wonderful, but, I've got these little alarm bells going off that, should the retaining wall be restructured in order to accommodate, heavier vehicles, for example, what is the impact on the lake? How disruptive will that be? Because we've got a great strategic plan that says we want to protect these spaces to the degree that we can. And we've got shoreline preservation bylaw in place. And I've just waxed poetic on geomorphology. And so those are key considerations that I would want to have too.
So I think at this point in time, we receive the report and ask for some more investigation, a little bit of, base costs that would help us in our decision-making process and keeping in mind that we are concerned about, the level of impact that would have on the lake. Was there anything else from yourself, Councillor Richards?
Like I said, I'd really like to see all of the desires included in like a design plan. Not I'm just not necessarily prepared to jump into going forward with any of it. Certainly not without cost, but I think what I'd like to see is even when those costs come, like a phase plan that could be developed over time, to making these
As Chris is suggesting.
Yeah.
Have we given you a clear enough idea about? Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder to, I'm sorry, Angie.
Just a quick question on what Councillor Richards has just said is, are we to then include in the design plan the proposed additional parking? Because I'm hearing fairly strongly that council is not interested in that.
No, I've heard a definite no on the parking.
Okay, just want to be clear on that for Chris's purpose.
Now, that's not to say that once a master parking plan was developed and, we looked at all our docks and landings, that at some point in the future, we might look at additional parking in some locations, but, at this point, it's a no. Councillor Richards?
Not to, maybe other members of council, but I'm prepared to put parking into a future design plan. I see no harm in doing that now to plan for it so that we don't do something that cuts us off from doing that down the road. But whether, I would obviously like to see that as an overall parking management plan as well.
Mr. Card?
What I could do is just engage the consultant about what the considerations would be from the environmental perspective and anything else that might be required for that extension into the lake of the parking area. And just start there. And as I get costing, I can bring that portion of the information back to council, because if they say, I'd imagine there will be similar environmental review considerations as we've had in other sites, and not unlike what an environmental assessment would have to be for what we just discussed. But just to have that conversation with them and say, what do you guys think from the perspective of what would be needed, what's possible, what would be advisable, and have that information along with the costing when I bring that back.
Does that sound reasonable? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
It does sound reasonable. I think the key piece that I'm taking away, though, is that this parking is supposed to be temporary in nature. It's not supposed to be overnight. It's not supposed to be where I park while I am at my cottage. And there are facilities on the lake. I don't know if the marinas are full with their client list or not, but I'm really hesitant to create more parking when what we've got should arguably be enough for an unload and load. And as long as we keep reminding ourselves of that as we bring these considerations back, but certainly to alter the lake in order to create more temporary parking is for me not a direction that but I'm like, let's see what comes back, but I doubt it from me.
So we're still receiving the report and looking for Chris to come back with some recommendations and costs associated with it. Well, I'm not hearing support for additional parking. I just would go around, I'm seeing a no, 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 no. So not including parking.
Any additional parking regardless of it being on the shore. Correct?
Well, what's being proposed is on the shoreline. And that's what we're objecting primarily. I mean, that's the biggest part of our objection to the parking is that it's into the lake. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
But to Chris's point, I think if there's anything that we might approve now that would have significant implications on a future decision, it would be nice to know that without going through a great
Yeah.
deal of investigation.
I agree, and that would address Councillor Richards', longer term desire that you don't want to build something that is going to preclude you from doing one thing or another down the road. Councillor Barry.
I don't know if this needs to be in the resolution, but can it be noted that given that we are entering summer, literally tomorrow and the summer season, that we do increase bylaw enforcement with parking up there?
I think that's understood. So it doesn't need to be included. It's not relative to this particular discussion. But the point I think has been made clear, strong and clear. So could I have a mover and a seconder? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be resolved, Council receives Park Recreation Trails Report, PRT 1424, regarding the Russell Landing Rehabilitation Project, community questionnaire results and recommendations for information. And that council directs staff to bring back further information on the design plan and all costs and all associated costs.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I think because Melissa has been waiting patiently and we are into the lunch hour, but we'll hear Melissa's report and then adjourn for lunch. Good morning. And we have your activity report.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is the transition from winter to summer. We've entered into summer hours on May 1st. And so my activities tend to change as well into more day-to-day management of sites and issues and questions and concerns. But I did have the opportunity in May to attend the Municipal Waste Association Spring Workshop, and I thank you for that opportunity. It's a great place to network and to hear from other municipalities' experience in the waste realm, and it's always a very good opportunity to learn and see what's going on. We've continued, the scale has been operating now for 2 months in at the Maple Lake site, and it's getting busier there. And I just wanted to let you know that that's going quite well. People seem to be really happy to have that service there. And our attendants are doing quite well. The odd issues are coming up, things that, they're just unusual circumstances that we're learning as we go. So I always ask for a little bit of patience as we figure out some of those challenges. So, but nothing of significance other than maybe a few more minutes at the scale.
Any questions on the environmental report? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive it? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, Council receives environmental report EB 2224 regarding monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Okay, so we will now break for lunch. And it seems how our closed session is at 1 o'clock. That will be the next item on our agenda.
By Counselor Berry, seconded by Counselor Shortreed. Be resolved that council adjourns its open session at 12:57 PM in order to proceed into closed session in accordance with section 232 of the Municipal Act for the purpose of discussing the following matters: personal matters by identifiable individual, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals, and advice subject to solicitor-client privilege in accordance with section 239(2) B, E, and F, legal matter. Item 2, personal matters by identifiable individuals, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals, and advice subject to solicitor-client privilege in accordance with section 239(2) B, E, and F, legal matter. 3, personal matters by identifiable individuals, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals, and advice subject to solicitor-client privilege in accordance with section 239(2) B, E, and F, potential violation of township bylaw and potential legal proceedings. And 4, potential acquisition and disposition of land in accordance with section 239(2) C.
All in favor? Sorry, it would appear that my phone was recording everything that was being said. Just happened to erase that. Before we call the closed session to order, confirm that you're in a secure location and there's no one else present.
Yes, I can confirm that.
Thank you. And your first item is the Dorset Rec Center update.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So for the DRC update, it's been a little bit since we've been back here, but a lot of work has been completed on the building. If anybody's driven by in the last week, they could certainly see that the parking lot has been asphalted and the walkways, the concrete walkways have been in place from the exterior. Currently, they're working on the post and beam for the overhang at the front of the building. From the exterior, they're still waiting for the entrance doors to the main floor and the exit door on the basement side. That's still waiting for that to be delivered. On the interior, I don't know if anybody has seen any of the pictures that have been going around, but it looks pretty good inside. All the painting's been completed. There was a fireplace installed in the front entrance area. There's all kinds of work that was completed on the interior of the building. So now it's mostly just clean up and some small things that need to be addressed before the opening. But so far everything's been moving forward very well. The focus this past little while has been on the exterior, like I said, for the new entranceway, and there's been some landscaping that had to take place. Included in that is also the underground infrastructure for the EV charger or chargers that are being installed there as well. So if you drive by and see the black pipe sticking out, that's what that's for.
Okay, any questions about the Dorset Rec Center? That's a good segue into the request for Dropbox replacement at the center.
Yes, I'm glad you brought that up because yeah, we did have conversation with the library and they've suggested a drop box for the exterior of the building. It's a steel box basically that is locked that people can just drop books off, and then the library staff can open it up and get the box out of it, or sorry, get the books out of it. The overall size from the last one that I looked at, the proposed, I think it takes up about 4 feet tall. The whole box isn't 4 feet, but it's on a pedestal. It's about 4 feet off the ground. The box itself is anywhere between like 20 and 18 inches between 20 by 18 inches, I should say. It's a creamy color. It's from the one I seen, which is the one I'm assuming they were going with. So I'm sure they could put their logo on it, and their, they could decorate it if they wanted to, to make it their own. But here we are with council on your approval on if you would like to have the drop box put at the front of the building outside.
It would seem more appropriate for it to be at the front. You don't have to drill a hole through the building or anything, do we, to do that?
No, no, through your mayor, no. The drop box is literally like make it easy, a giant mailbox that would be just mounted outside. It'd be mounted to the ground in a fashion that we would be able to secure it there safely. And then there's two locations that come to mind right now. Is either one, both of them would be beside the stairway that goes up to the main entrance. Either to the left or the right of it seems to be the location that it would work the best.
So away from the building?
It wouldn't be right beside the building. It would be within 5 feet, 6 feet of the building. It's hard to explain without a set of drawings in front of you, but essentially if you're walking up the stairs to the building, it would be to the right of the stairs, right where the garden is going to go. It would go between the stairs and the garden essentially.
I don't know, I had kind of envisioned that it would be like somewhere in the entrance area or in a covered area, but I mean, that was just what came to my mind. And we don't have any estimate of costs for this.
So it's my understanding that the library was
Wanting us to.
Was purchasing this for us to install. That's the understanding I had. I could be mistaken. I guess we could look at that a little bit further unless somebody.
I think Deputy Mayor Dayu may have something to add to that.
Happy to speak to that. So the library board has requested that council consider bearing the cost here at council, considering it to be kind of a furniture, which typically we are responsible for. Municipalities cover typically furniture within libraries, and also given that the loss of the drop slot was unforeseen and was therefore unbudgeted for. We lost the drop slot apparently when the reconfiguration happened on the main floor of the building. So library board would like council to consider that we cover it, but I haven't heard any costs yet. Have you heard of any costs? We don't have that yet.
Yeah, I guess there's kind of arguments going back and forth. I mean, I know that one of my thoughts was, okay, the library did cover the cost of the furniture, which would normally be us, but we, bore equal or greater costs in actually creating a library space. So we're, kind of balanced off there. And, I didn't know if it was just for the installation, the cost of the box. Two things. For me, it would be nice to know what the estimated cost is associated with this and what the preferred location was. So, when's our next council meeting? Like, it's too bad to ask to defer it. Because it'd be nice to just get it done now, but I don't know. Thoughts? Madam CIO?
Do we have any inkling, like any upset cost? Because council could give an upset cost and then, for staff to work with library staff to determine the location. Just a thought.
How big is the new overhang and entry area?
I don't have that in front of me, but roughly, I want to say it's approximately 10 by 8, 12 by 8, give or take. It's not something I would recommend putting underneath the covered entrance. There's not enough room for it to sit in there and fit very well. This is something that would have to go outside of it. And even walking up to the building, there's really not, if you were taking the ramp up to the building, there's not a location from the ramp that this would be located.
Okay.
Like that would, because of the size of it, like I said, it's going to take up approximately 4 feet tall by, I think it's 18 inches deep by 20 inches wide. So it's something that has to be mounted out of the way where it's not going to really affect people walking around it, more or less just walking up to it. As for a cost, I do apologize. I was back and forth with the library. I cannot recall if they submitted a cost or not with it. I know I seen the link and I was able to look at what it looked like, but I don't have the cost of it.
Councillor Berry.
I support it. My recommendation or request would be that it's on a. My recommendation is that it, just for accessibility, if you have a mobility issue, the least amount of the closer to parking, the better. If you have
Most accessible location.
yes, most
better.
accessible location, the better. Like if you even, yes, we have ramps and whatnot, but you still have to get out of your car and climb a ramp. I'm thinking for seniors or anyone with accessibility, the closer to parking, the better.
Deputy Mayor Dayu, did you have another comment? Go ahead.
I support the idea of a top, sorry, I've lost the word, upset limit. I support the idea of an upset limit in order to proceed, and would suggest perhaps a $2,000 upset limit for the cost. I suspect because they're proprietary, they do run into the thousands rather than the hundreds.
Oh, yeah, I'm just wondering if 2,000 would be enough. 2,500?
25?
3,000, anyone?
I was just putting my hand up for that. I mean, like I said, we know the design of what it looks like. So I mean, putting that out there for an upset limit of $3,000 isn't going to, it's not like it's going to jump or change in design because it's already somewhat been submitted. So there wouldn't be any need or reasoning for it to change in design because there's more budget for it. The budget to install it is very minimal because it'd be staff that would be doing it, it'd be staff time. So I think if you were in that $2,500 to $3,000 range, it should definitely, I would assume, cover it.
So we could have a resolution to agree to cover the costs of the installation of the box and the installation of it with an upset limit of 3,000, you said? $3,000. That work for everyone? Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Berry, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Berry, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council receives a request from the library to cover the cost and installation of a book drop box at the Dorset Recreation Center, and that council approve an upset limit of $3,000 for the purchase and installation of the book drop box.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Next is the airport committee update. There are a couple of motions in the minutes that I'll speak to. Is there anything that you wanted to comment on about airport committee? And
No, I think if through the conversation, if there's any questions that I can answer, I'd be happy to.
okay, there were two issues that you might have seen on the set of minutes. I am working with the committee on the style of their minutes, and you'll see the next set might look a little bit different. But the first request was the committee is sorry, that just kind of broke my train of thought. Is looking at trying to move forward towards using the cook shack more often. They did use it at the last fly-in, and it all went very well. But in fact, the cook shack can only be used for serving, like it can't even be used for handing out hamburgers. It's just only for condiments. It's rather awkward. I mean, it worked well, but it's awkward. And the committee has been getting offers of material, labor, and material including cooking equipment, and would like to see the cook shack brought up to a standard. Now, the last report that was done on the cook shack and what was needed before it could be used again was done in 2015. And that's quite some time ago. And I suspect that the requirements have changed considerably since then. So the ask from the committee is that council work with or ask the health unit to do a review of what's required there, so that we kind of know what we're faced with going forward. And, and I think the committee is looking at like fundraising and material. They're not asking for the council to bear the cost of the work, but just to ask the health unit to have a look at it and see what's required. So would council agree to that? I'm sorry, go ahead, Madam CEO. I think we have a bit of a distraction there.
Just as part of that, I know the last report, it also included a review by the CBO and the fire chief. So I would assume council would direct that as well.
Obviously, if that's needed, it's, you know, part of the overview. So could I have a mover and a seconder to approve requesting a health unit and fire and building inspection? Councillors Barry and Shortreed. Second ask is maybe a little bit more challenging. The committee is looking at trying to not lose money on events, but to move forward, you know, creating greater revenue. And they're looking at all avenues of revenue. And one of the arguments that several of the committee members made at the last meeting was the fact that fuel sales on the day of the fly-in are far over and above what we would normally ever get. And they were hoping that council might consider some formula or percentage of the revenues from fuel sales solely on the day of the fly-in. And it's fairly easy to identify how much additional fuel is generated. Fuel sales are generated during the time of the fly-in. So that's their request. They didn't say, oh, I think they, you know, talked about maybe 5% of the fuel sales, or they'd love it if all the fuel sales from that period of time went to them, but that's more than they should expect. But question is whether council would consider or give some thought to that. Thoughts, questions? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Yeah, I could certainly see if by pulling a bit of that revenue out and giving it back to the committee helps the committee to do even bigger things for the airport, which then results in even greater revenue coming in, then it makes sense. It's plowing back into the growth and development of the airport. If it, you know, if it can be contemplated in that way, if that's the intention, then I could see that and would look forward to a recommendation, I suppose, from staff, yes, on what that formula or percentage would be. I think, would it be better to look to staff to recommend that rather than a group of people arbitrarily picking a number?
Well, and they, you know, they didn't know what, you know, they should be asking for all of the fuel sales for that period of time or a percentage of it or whatever was fair. I think they're just trying to move forward and ensure that they're not losing money and that, you know, that they're doing everything that they can to increase use of the airport. And it, you know, obviously in the long term, it's growth. I suspect we could ask for something, a recommendation to come back from staff. Would that be reasonable, or what are your thoughts?
Please go ahead and then I can follow up.
We can absolutely have a look at it, no question. We'll talk to the treasurer. Just reminding council that we did lower the price of fuel this year. And I do wonder if it would be reasonable, and I know the committee's looking for it for this year, I recognize that. But in order to do a full evaluation of this year with the lower fuel costs, whether we would be able to make a better recommendation for 2025.
You know, whatever council agrees to, you know, I think that the committee is just hopeful. The decreasing of the cost of the fuel impacts us positively on the overall, on the long term, because we're getting more aviation traffic because the fuel prices are lower. Generally speaking, not just anything to do with the fly-ins, but pilots were flying over and not coming through Stanhope because the price of the fuel was so high. So that improves our situation on the long term. Doesn't help with necessarily the fly-ins and the, you know, revenue generation from the fly-ins. But, you know, that's up to council. I definitely agree that, you know, we need to have a recommendation back from staff, whether, you know, we need to take a longer term view or not.
So just because I was at that meeting when we talked about it, I did have some numbers with me for today. On the day of the fly-in, we sold 550 liters of 100 LL for the flights. Out of that, that's roughly approximately $1,573 in fuel sales. So even at 20%, it's only $315 if they were asking for 20%. So it's,
Which would definitely be helpful and not too hurtful for us, given it's just that window. So thoughts, Councillor Shortreed?
I have no problem. We wouldn't have sold the fuel to fly in with not anyways, so it's a bonus for everybody.
So we would look for a recommendation to come back from staff? Or do we want to say that 20% would work, or do you want to wait till next year? Councillor Barry?
20% sounds like a good entrance way into that request.
Of the fuel sold during the hours of the fly-in.
Net.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Yeah, sure, on the assurance that that doesn't take us below our recovery of costs for purchasing the fuel. We don't want to do that.
No, we won't do that.
if I may, through you, Mayor, would be also just to clarify if the recommendation is coming forward that this is for 100 LL fuel, not jet fuel.
Right. So could I have a mover and a seconder to that effect? Councillors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Council Berry, seconded by Council Shortreed, be it resolved that council receives the May 30th, 2024 airport committee meetings for information, and that council direct staff to contact the health unit to review the cook shack and advise requirements to meet health regulations. And that council approve a 20% of fuel sales during fly-ins be directed to the airport committee budget.
I think that needs to be fuel sales of, what's that, 100 LL?
Yes.
What's it called?
100 LL or avgas.
100 LL.
Yep. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you for your consideration on that. You wanted to tell us about your attendance at the Good Roads Conference.
Yes. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Mayor and Council for allowing me to attend the conference this year. It's an annual conference held in Toronto. Again, it was a great opportunity to network with other municipalities and our partners to see new equipment and new strategies and get to be a part of the discussions for the main panel in the first 2 days, where we got to hear Doug Ford speak and a couple other good speakers as well. So it's a great opportunity, again, like I said, to network. And some of the key seminars that I went to, I've listed here. The one that I was really keen on hearing was that we struggle not only here but across the board is staff retention and recruiting new staff members. So it was interesting to hear other locations are struggling just as much as we are, but also to hear what strategies are coming along and what people are doing. So it was kind of it was great to be able to see what others are doing and take some ideas from that for our department and for our municipality to move forward with. So again, it was a great opportunity, and I just want to say thank you very much for allowing me that opportunity.
It's to our benefit for you to be able to go, no question about it. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the conference report? Councillor Shortreed and Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu, be it resolved, council receives Public Works Report PW 1524 regarding attendance at the 2024 annual OBER conference submitted for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is your monthly activity report. Any highlights there that we need to know about?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. It's pretty busy. I'm sure, as you can all see, that our staff are nonstop going with this nice weather. The grass has been a nemesis of ours for this time period with the amount of growth that we've seen, where we're cutting grass almost every day. So we've been busy with that, busy with getting the fly-in set up, the first one that took place. We were able to get the DRC, Stanhope Firefighters Community Center back up and running in the kitchen. We were able to get all that cleaned up and put back together in a timely manner. Other than that, I think that's really the highlights of it. We're consistently building our mesh program with our new Public Works admin assistant. She's been heavy into the training with mesh so that now she can take over and start building those platforms for us as well. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward. We're fairly busy and everything's been going good so far.
Any questions on the activity report, Councillor Shortreed?
Do you have any ETA on the new roof for the museum in Dorset?
Through you, Mayor. Actually, that closes, I believe, next Tuesday. And we've had some pretty good feedback from contractors so far. As we've witnessed in the DRC project, although we receive good feedback, sometimes it's difficult to know what we'll get. So, but it's been good. We've had one site meeting there last week, and it's looking pretty promising. So it closes on Tuesday.
Great, thank you.
Okay, the next item is the Green Burial Committee. I didn't see any action requirements out of that report or the minutes. Is there anything that council members want to bring to us?
No, we have had a meeting since then, but basically just as an update, the area where the gazebo is going to go has been staked. Staff is, we've had Sarah come in, give a presentation on the bylaw for the cemetery burial bylaw, and the committee has made comment, and it will be coming back to council at our next meeting. The committee is going to be asking in their next minutes for requests to have our next meeting at the cemetery to meet with the master gardeners to give a bit of an overview of what they see there as what's growing or what could be growing. And that will come as a request to council in our next meeting for our July meeting.
Just for clarification, you said you want to hold your next meeting at the burial site?
Yeah.
To do that, but you're going to bring a request to do that at the next meeting?
Before we meet, we're not going to be meeting, like that will come to council at our council July meeting to attend our next meeting.
Okay, so the following meeting, all right. I guess I would look for thoughts from council on the whole, like how far do we go with the, is there a cost associated with meeting with having the master gardeners come and do an assessment?
I didn't have that impression that site visit would have a cost to it, but the proposal would, like whatever they would be proposing would have some costs associated with it.
I guess a couple of concerns about that. One is that we have not budgeted any work for that, for any landscaping or any master gardener's plan. And if we were going to be doing landscaping work, it was, we would have to consider whether we were going to look at a sole sourcing or whether that needed to go to tender. And I guess I would look for our CAO's comment on that.
Yeah, and I see in the minutes, it says the possibility of single sourcing master gardeners was discussed and will be followed up. So we would have to review the purchasing policy, and that would have to be a report to council with a recommendation, and council would have to approve it.
I see it coming forward as, option 1, this cost, option 2, that cost, option 3, not going ahead with at our own costs. So
because we haven't budgeted anything for that. And, I think that in the end, we ended up spending more money than we had anticipated so far. So, okay, we'll see what comes forward to us. Any other comment about that? Could I have a mover? Go ahead.
On that though, and I apologize, this is a procedural question that perhaps I could have thought to ask earlier, but in the coming minutes for the July meeting, that is when the official request will be made. to council if our next meeting could be held at St. Stephen's. Is that something that council could consider now, or must we wait until the next meeting's minutes in order to see, to talk about that?
Well, it's because it's not a document that I mean, forgive me if I'm wrong, but that's not a document before us. It's not an official, so no, I would say we need to wait until we get the minutes making that request, which would mean a subsequent meeting would be when they would get together, which I know is taking a little bit later into the year, but I mean, we don't have that official request before us. That's why I was kind of like, well, what?
I think the meeting minutes would come to us on July 17th. I think our scheduled date would be a week and a half later, so.
Oh. Okay, then that works. Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the minutes? Good. Oh, sorry. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the Public Works Activity Report? Councillor Short-Reed, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council receives Public Works Report PW 1624 regarding monthly activities for information.
All in favor? And could I then have a mover and a seconder to receive the Green Burial Minutes of May the 13th? Councillor Barry, Councillor Short-Reed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Short-Reed. Be it resolved, council receives the May 13th, 2024 Green Burial Advisory Committee meeting minutes as information.
All in favor? That's carried. So the next item is an agreement with Miller Paving about surface treatment. I know that's going to be handled under the bylaw section. Did you have a report or comments you wanted to make about that?
Through you, Mayor, no report. They were able to come under budget this year. And there was no issues with the tender process the second time around. So Miller is our selected contractor. It's the contractor that the county has also selected. And this is just the agreement to allow us to move forward with the project for this year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, fire services.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Good afternoon.
I do have two highlights that I want to have off the activity report we did. The one is we did have a large loss.
Excuse me, Chief, could you speak into the microphone?
Is that better?
Yeah, thank
Good.
you.
Thank you. We did have a large loss fire on Little Hawk Road. The firefighters were great. All three stations that were there, along with we had mutual aid come in from Minden. We had real adverse conditions. That was, we had their tornado threats, the severe lightning, and that at one point we actually had to take the operation, shut them down and take the ladders all down because we did have a tornado warning telling us to evacuate and go for cover. And it was just so much lightning, was unbelievable. So the three departments, or our three stations, they worked together really, really well, which was nice to see. The second highlight, which was during the same week, we had a busy 5 days there. We had an incident where we supported the police. Unfortunately, it's still an ongoing investigation, so I can't release any details of what was involved, but we did work with them for 3 days to mitigate the issue. My observation from when I got there for the whole event, we were very lucky that we didn't have paramedics and firefighters. They could receive some very serious and life-threatening conditions that to the point that we entered into. So in following that up, I've been speaking with the provincial, I'll get this right, emergency response unit from the OFM. They're going to come in on August 21st and do a presentation at our community hall for all the firefighters. And what it'll feature is how to recognize grow ops, clandestine labs, entanglement entrapments and chemical exposures and explosives at scenes, booby traps, and how to work with the agencies. We had a really good relationship with the OPP and the EMS and ourselves, but I think it's very important we have this additional training so they can recognize it. And we're extending the invite to all the fire departments within the county, along with the OPP and the paramedics for that evening. So it was a very intense situation for basically 72 hours, what took place. So
I have to say that I am really saddened to hear that those sorts of incidents are becoming more frequent in a place like this. You know, I just almost brings me to tears to think about it, that's what we're becoming. But I also recognize that, you know, this sounds like excellent training and excellent opportunity. You know, if we're faced with these sorts of situations, we need to be ready and prepared for them. So, you know, I think that this excellent move
Right.
that you've made to see that training takes place,
So
but that's going to be offered to all of our stations. Is it going to be offered to other departments?
all the departments in the county, along with the county EMS and the OPP. The one comment by their emergency response unit from the OPP is it's happening in our small communities because they can't do stuff like this in Toronto or Barrie because they'd be noticeable. So they're doing it in the remote areas. In addition to that, we did have a firearms issue yesterday up in Dorset, again involving the OPP. So it's getting to be more common in our area up here.
Well, thank you for that. Are there any questions for Chief on his report? I have a couple. I'm just, I know that one thing that we've done in the past, and I haven't seen that happen for quite some time, is the dinner and awards ceremony that we normally have. And I'm wondering, you know, I really believe that it's important that we show our appreciation to our firefighters and our volunteers. And I just kind of wonder where that stands.
We're fully prepared to do it this fall as soon as the rec center in Dorset's done. It's just a timing, based on a Saturday night it's available. I don't want to do it during hunting season, but I'm looking at trying to schedule for sometime in October.
We do have a community center here in Stanhope.
Yes, we do. It's just essential for the 3 stations for coming in and still be able to basically respond if we had an incident come in.
Okay, and my other question is one that I have asked before, and I will continue to ask. I just want to hear assurances that we do have sufficient numbers of volunteers, you know, available and responding to the calls that we get, and that we're continuing to actively recruit.
Correct. We're always recruiting. We don't have a full roster. It's just the demographics of the areas. But as we get people that apply and they meet our requirements, we're taking them on. In addition to that, we now have a agreement with the neighboring municipalities. For example, that call we had on Little Hawk Lake is automatically Minden sends a response with us, and we do the same for them, just to ensure we have adequate manpower. And it's a common occurrence right across the fire service not to have a lot of firefighters. So
But in the meantime, we do actively continue to do
Definitely.
recruitment activities and
Definitely.
encouragement. Okay.
And Chad puts ads out through all the social media, and we just don't have demographics of a lot of people that want to be firefighters. But we'll definitely, as they come, and we have one person right now, and it's actually for the Dorset station, and they're just getting their vulnerable sector check. Once that's all done and they meet all requirements, their name will be brought forward. So.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Thank you. Wanted to comment on how valuable I thought the tabletop exercise was a few weeks back when we reviewed roles and responsibilities of what would happen in an emergency here in the township. And I thought the exercise we did together was very good. And I was really interested in a lot of the follow-up points that were brainstormed during that time, things that, oh yeah, we can tighten this, we should look into that, that sort of thing. So wanted to just thank everyone for, you know, being a part of that exercise. And I look forward to seeing those updates and changes as we go through. And if there's anything we can do, you know, from council side to support, then that would be great. Looking forward to seeing how that changes from here to next tabletop, I suppose.
Good. And we're currently in the process of revamping the whole plan here. In addition, Katie Gibbs, who is here at the tabletop, she's meeting with the CMCs of the county and just going to review everything with us. Just her professional opinion on how everything was and recommendations.
But in the meantime, we do need to, you know, there were some gaps and follow-up items that were identified. And I'd like to make sure that that doesn't, it's not something that, falls off the edge of the desk and I think we need to actively keep that in mind and possibly schedule a meeting for later on in the summer or early fall to make sure that we talk about those and follow up on them.
Definitely, and we've started the process of following up the concerns now.
Madam CAO.
I just wanted to add that after our exercise, the chief and I did meet and we will ensure that the items that council had identified will be corrected.
Okay, do you see that there might be a need for us to have a meeting that council's involved in, with respect to any of those gaps or not?
If council wishes, certainly we can do that. Yep, we can schedule.
I guess we just want to, make sure that, we've our fingers on the pulse and that we are actually following up on some of the gaps because, some of the gaps that were identified were in place the previous year as well. So it's important that, that stuff is followed up on.
Would you would be looking at the control group then, right?
Yeah.
Not all the
Right.
council.
Yeah, no, control group. Okay, if there's no other comments on fire and EMO, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the monthly activity report? Councillor Short-Reed, Councillor Berry.
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, second by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved, council receives fire services report FD 1124 regarding monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, sir.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Next up is finance. The first item is the 2023 Building Department Annual Budget Report, and this I understand is a new report required by legislation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Yes, it is actually within the Building Code Act that we are to provide a separate report of the Building Department annual budgets. Traditionally, this information is always provided within our annual budget, within our reserve charts and our annual budget. So these figures have always been publicly available. This is just a more formal approach to provide the details in relation to the building department finances solely.
Okay, are there any questions on that report? I understand there was a fair bit of work associated with that, so we're grateful for that. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the building department annual budget report? Councillors Berry and Short-Reed.
Moved by Councillor Berry, second by Councillor Short-Reed. Be it resolved, council receives Treasury Report TT 1724 regarding 2023 year-end financial information for the building department for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next are the financing considerations for the Public Works Garage.
And through you, Mayor, just to summarize the report, in 2019, we discussed the option of building a new Public Works garage. The project was approved, and in 2023, staff worked with Tulloch Engineering to finalize the design. Based on the review, we are estimating that we'll need approximately $4 million for the project. We've been in contact with both our financial institution and Infrastructure Ontario about some finance options for the project. And as outlined in the report, the bank options provide flexibility of terms and payment options and offer competitive rates based on our financial history and the township's stable risk profile. However, Infrastructure Ontario is able to offer more competitive rates than the bank because the province offers this program as a way to assist municipalities in their efforts to renew infrastructure. As council is aware, Infrastructure Ontario offers their services to many Ontario municipalities. So our review with Infrastructure Ontario, they offer a construction phase interest rate, which is minimally higher than the long-term rate used upon completion of the project. Based on the $4 million and a 1-year estimated term for the construction, we would be looking at approximately $186,000 cost for the first year. And then if we went with a 20-year term, our annual payments, again, based on the interest rates at the time of this report, would be approximately $300,000 a year. And these, of course, these figures are subject to change based on the rates that we lock in at, which are locked in within 2 to 4 weeks of the actual loan. So once, and that would be like next year's, once the construction phase is done. So the one thing that the information is that the lock-in rate would be for the entire term of the loan with no need to refinance. And importantly, as indicated in these report, these costs are included in the 2024 budget as part of the levy. And we had monies going towards the shed project annually of 140,000 as a contribution to reserves. So that's a portion of it. And this year we had anticipated a repayment of 200,000. So that's why I say that we already started the process of working the monies within the levy for the project. So based on the information we were provided, we recommend working with Infrastructure Ontario to take advantage of the savings that they can offer the township by the way of lower interest rates. And I'm happy to answer any questions council may have in relation.
I confess, I found this report a little bit challenging, but for me, the bottom line was, Infrastructure Ontario is the way to go. Councillor Barry?
I support the recommendation. You're saying that if we're not successful, then you would recommend the fixed interest rate swap?
Yes, the interest rate swap is an option that the bank is recommending that they've used with a lot of clients. Basically, they speak to it very simply because they do it every day. But where the interest rate fluctuates, we would get advantage in our payments. So, I mean, it would still be established on a fixed rate. So whatever the amount is, it would be established. It's just how it hits the principal and interest payments would fluctuate possibly because of the rate swap option. So the reason the report is somewhat confusing is because these are all the options the bank offered, which were there was a lot of options. But I wanted everybody to have a thorough idea of what we could get through our own financial institution in comparison to Infrastructure Ontario, which is very straightforward. Here's your interest rate and you pick a term.
Is there any reason to suggest that we would not be successful with Infrastructure Ontario?
To be honest, I don't think we'd have any issue with that. They'll need timelines, they'll need our financial reports, all of those things, which with our financial reports being approved today and so forth, they said it's a 4 to 6 week turnaround. And we would, once we decide who's doing the project, then we can apply and get that information to them. And I'm sure it will correspond with the actual putting the shovel to the dirt.
Okay, Councillor Barry?
Would there be any advantage to funding the project initially ourselves through working funds, and then once the building was complete, then move into a loan system situation?
Yeah, we do have some startup costs available to us, funds that we had set aside for the shed that we can utilize. I think with the interest rate that's there and with the other projects that we have on the docket for the township, that I personally would say this is exceeding within our limits. I mean, we have healthy reserves, yes, but they're all earmarked and we have lots of projects. So I wouldn't want to tie up all of those funds into the one central project when we do have this financing option, which is attainable within our levy over 20 years. And we know the building's going to be here 100 years. So I think it is in the best interest to do it this way versus our own funds.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the report and recommend that we move forward with Infrastructure Ontario? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
By Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shortreed, be it resolved that council received Treasury Report TT 1824 regarding funding considerations for the Public Works Garage for information, and that council concurs with the recommendation made in the said report and directs staff to proceed with the application process with Infrastructure Ontario.
All in favor? That's carried. Finally, under finance is the Energy Consumption and Demand Management Plan update. And I think maybe you had a couple comments that you wanted to make about that? No?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Hudson?
Lauren and I are here today to provide an update to the Energy Conservation and Demand Management Plan. And my apologies, in our report, I referred to it as the consumption, but it is known to the ministry as the Energy Conservation and Demand Management Plan. So Lauren's going to take us through our report, and we're here to answer any questions.
Okay. So, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am in front of you today to present our recommended update in the Energy Conservation and Demand Management Plan, or CDM plan. So the CDM plan is legislatively mandated by the Electricity Act under Ontario Regulation 2523 and requires public agencies to provide an update on our energy conservation plan. So the CDM plan itself is directly linked to Council's identified strategic goals in the strategic plan by one, environmental stewardship in all decisions, as well as demonstrating leadership by minimizing the township and community's environmental footprint. So while reviewing the past 5 years, some of the data between years 2020 and 2022 doesn't actually best represent our energy efficiencies because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, in our report, you'll see we based our comparisons mainly between 2017, so prior to COVID, and 2023, which really was our first year post-pandemic. So with that, I am pleased to say that Algonquin Highlands did have some major wins for our energy consumption that I would like to highlight for Council. So for 2023, the main Algonquin Highlands building, so the building that we're currently in, did see an energy reduction by approximately 9,577 kilowatt hours compared to that of 2022.
And in the report, when Lauren and I were preparing the report, because as Lauren just said, we were constantly comparing a good solid year baseline of 2019, which is the last year we reported, that we would have consistently used energy minus the pandemic. So when we did the conclusion in the report, that's noted as 2017 to 2023, but we're gonna, the 9,577 kilowatts per hour, we're going to amend because it is actually 22 to 23. So it's a minor administrative, but is a very good news and very good win for Algonquin Highlands.
Yeah. So overall, with all buildings compared, so all buildings combined together, we did see a reduction of approximately 41,675 kilowatt hours compared to our baseline in 2017. And our furnace oil consumption has dropped by approximately 17,224 liters due to switching out our old oil furnace heating and making that switch to the high efficiency propane, which do ultimately burn more efficiently and they do release less CO2. So with Council's guidance and support, the Township of Algonquin Highlands remains committed to our goal of reducing our energy consumption by 1% per year between now and 2029, which is when the next CDM report will be due. And thank you. And with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Well, that was a good news report. Well done, ladies. Any questions? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Thanks so much. I see in your pie charts that you're looking at, for example, furnace oil 2017 versus furnace oil 2023, And in most of these pie charts, there has been a reduction in the use of fuel for the community centers. I presume that part of that is because of the Dorset Recreation Center being offline, but could you comment on how that's perhaps skews or doesn't skew your figures?
If I may, through you, Mayor.
Mhm.
So the reduction in the community center is actually the removal of oil furnaces to increase or to install the propane. So those numbers that shift in the pie chart, it is because we are removing oil furnaces and installing propane. So where you'll see the shift is actually looking at the furnace oil comparison to the next page of the propane. So you'll see there that the fire halls have a bigger chunk. That also represents to some of the halls that are connected, or same with the public works garage. So the public works garage, we have, I think, one remaining oil furnace, but potentially two. And that's why it's shifted from zeros to those and then bigger in the propane.
Good.
So the propane use in the Dorset Rec Center for 2023, do you think that will be consistent with the propane use in 2024, 2025, et cetera? Or are we going to be seeing an increase because of the fact that we're going to open again?
If
Go
I
ahead.
may, through you, Mayor, we will see an increase. And there are a few things to this plan. Is a lot of the things we don't have control over, one being weather. We may see an increase because this past winter we had a relatively mild weather winter, but if we have a winter where we're consistently seeing a lot of negative temps and then the increase of the building is being used, we will see that change. So to answer your question, yes, we will see it. Hopefully not dramatic, like hopefully it won't be a drastic increase, because we did still heat the Dorset Rec Center over the winter, but it wasn't being utilized.
Okay, any other questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the report? Councillor Perry, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Council Berry, second by Council Shortreed. Be it resolved, Council receives report TT 1924 regarding the updated energy conservation and demand management plan for information, and the council hereby concurs with the recommendations made in the said report and directs a bylaw be brought forward to adopt the updated plan.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you very much.
Next, under administration business is an update from the Dorset Museum. And specifically a request to move forward with a gazebo shelter. You want to speak to, I see two hands up. Go ahead. We'll hear from Councillor Shortreed and then from yourself.
I was going to start the last meeting, that's why I figured, and I actually called just to confirm. So they've given us 4 options for their gazebo that the Friends are going to construct. They're actually really only interested in options 1, 2, or 3, so they don't want the most expensive, or sorry. Yes, so number 4 is too much money. They don't want to spend that. They're looking at the shed style only because the other style is too expensive. So they're going to put a metal roof on the shed style gazebo. The costing that they've given you is just full price. They haven't had time to go and negotiate with local businesses to get discounts on labor and materials. So they were just giving their cost straight up. So they're looking for a tentative approval for the Friends to go with option 1, 2, or 3. Construction won't happen this year. They might be able to get the pad in this year, but will not be 100% till next year.
Councillor Berry.
Just as a bit of background, so the committee, the last while, they've been talking about having, you know, they're having heritage events and they're having older exhibitors that are having trouble setting up tents. So they're hoping to have a permanent structure there so that they could offer that as an opportunity for some demonstrations, as well as events throughout the year. They're thinking they could often have, you know, a speaker series where someone's in there giving a presentation and then they have this beautiful flat lawn right beside it where people could come and listen, opposed to congregating in the museum where there's building where there's, exhibits. They're also hoping to have demonstrations on there, maybe more often instead of just on the Heritage Day event. So trying, and just with COVID, we learned pretty quickly about outdoor opportunities opposed to indoor opportunities. So they're looking forward to that too. I think what the ask right now is to have the pad and some power run into the pad this year. And then be able to have, your fancy sign and maybe thermometer that would allow for fundraising to do the rest of the build. I think they have half of the money in the Friends sort of coffers now towards the event, and feel pretty confident that they can raise the majority of the rest of the fund over the next year.
I do have to say, Doris, it has been pretty successful in fundraising. Did you get a comment from yourself?
I have a question, I guess, is outlined in the quote, the costing is excavation work and concrete. So just wondering what the thought process is there. Is there a question around, are we single sourcing? Is there a request to do that? Are we tendering it? I assume that similar to the St. Stephen's gazebo, staff will be managing this. And
Well, I would suspect that there would need to be some oversight by staff, but it was my impression that they were not asking us to do the work.
no. And so are we single sourcing it? Because council will have to approve all of that.
I don't know. I mean, if these are full prices,
So they're kits that they're
but
looking
it's
at?
not all a kit.
No, sorry, that the one portion is a kit. So one of their committee members is a retired general contractor. So he is volunteering to oversee it. No,
Do you know if that person has like insurance, liability insurance?
not sure. Not sure. I can find out easy enough.
So if council was going to, so I guess a couple of things is it would need to come to council on with a formal proposal, including who it is, what if they have insurance, all of those things. Council would have to approve it, set aside the purchasing policy, and approve it as a single source. And similar then also to the gazebo is if there's one selected package, where is it coming from?
Who's supplying it?
Who supplied all those things so that council can approve that? And then we need to know, like I strongly recommend that staff will need to oversee this.
Okay.
Yeah.
With respect to the options, like to me, I'm looking at probably a preference for option 2 or 3. But if this is going to be funded solely by the museum folks, to me, it's up to them which option they want to go with. If they're paying for it. But I do think we need some more clearer information about, who and what. What I could see us doing today is possibly approving the project in principle, subject to receipt of clarification on pricing and suppliers and contractors.
And I'm sure they'll be fine with that.
Just so, sorry.
Go
Just
ahead.
so I'm clear, actually, Julie is going to the next meeting, but how would
You could actually both go to the same meeting at the same time.
this
Just
meeting
saying.
doesn't work that way? As far as following up with that, because there isn't a staff attached to this museum, this committee, how would that work? So one of our committee members wants to sort of spearhead this. Would that be the person that would contact staff? They contact yourself? Like, it's difficult when there isn't a staff member attached to the committee.
This is a project that they want to do themselves. They want to fund it, they want to operate it, they want to oversee it. And you're asking for staff, like what,
Well,
maybe to get clarification on what they're required to
Well,
provide.
Angie's asking for staff to oversee the project. So Who would that be? Would that be with yourself? Would that be with Brian? Would that be with Public Works?
Yeah, that definitely would be with Brian as the project manager. Yeah.
But not to do all the pricing work
Oh, goodness,
associated
no,
with it.
No,
No.
Okay. Okay, so can we hear what you've got for a resolution there?
Like to support it in the construction of the gazebo in principle, and that the committee is directed to communicate and consult with the appropriate township staff related to the proposed project and report back to council on options and costs.
Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Shortreed and Deputy Mayor Dayu. Just as an additional comment, I mean, I do think it's a great idea. I think it'll be a lovely addition to the museum property. And I commend them for, wanting to do this and look after it to the greatest extent that they can.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council receives the April 30th, 2024 Dorset Museum Committee meeting minutes for information. And further, the council supports in principle the construction of a 12 by 20 gazebo at the museum. And further, that council and further, the committee is directed to communicate and consult with the appropriate township staff related to the proposed project and report back to council on options and costs.
All in favor? It's carried. Thank you. Next up is planning business. First is your planning department update, and welcome back to council, Mr.
Thank you.
O'Callaghan.
Yeah, it's just my monthly department update. Nothing really to highlight. There was a couple of conferences and summits, but I have reports later on speaking to those. So happy to answer any questions though if council has any.
Any questions on the planning department update? Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive it? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 4924 submitted by Sean O'Callaghan dated June 20th, 2024 for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the Eastern Ontario Housing Summit.
Yes, thank you. Just in accordance with township policy, when staff attend a conference or a summit with overnight attendance, we bring forward a report to council. So I did attend the Eastern Ontario Housing Summit in Ottawa. It was an interesting session. Unfortunately, a little daunting, to be honest, but nonetheless, it was a good opportunity, and thank you to council for that.
Any gems that you cut out of it, or just like, yikes, these are things that are going to be hard for us to do?
I suppose the one silver lining is we currently do not have development charges, which is a big stumbling block when it comes to developing affordable housing. So I guess kudos to us for that. I know it's something we are working with the county at looking at implementing. I don't expect those fees to be anywhere near what it costs to get shovels in the ground in the city of Toronto, but yeah, so I think we're doing lots of good things here, but still lots more I think that we can do to help out.
Any questions for Sean on this report? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive it? Councillor Shortreed, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council receives planning report PL 5024 regarding attendance at the Eastern Ontario Housing Summit, and that council hereby receives this report for information in accordance with township's conference policy.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the Association of Committee of Adjustment and Consent Authorities.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, this was another conference I recently attended. Again, it's one I try to attend on an annual basis. I find it a very worthwhile experience and good to sharpen up on certain aspects of the planning world, and this one I find is a huge benefit. So again, thank you to council for the opportunity.
Are there any nuggets of knowledge or guidance that you can provide to the Committee of an Adjustment as a result of having attended this?
I suppose the one thing I found interesting was in the statutory powers procedure act. So a committee of adjustment can actually place or request someone giving evidence at that committee to go under oath. I think it would be a pretty extreme circumstance to require that, but I guess it speaks to the, you know, the general power of that committee.
And the importance placed on, you know, somebody giving evidence or making statements.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Any questions on that? Well, we're glad you had an opportunity to attend both of those. Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive this report? Councillor Shortreed, Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, Council receives planning report PL 5124 regarding the Ontario Association and Committee of Adjustments and Consent Authorities Annual Conference, and the Council hereby receives this report for information in accordance with the Township's conference policy.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, as your Committee of Adjustment meeting minutes.
Yeah, thank you. It was a heavier meeting than usual. I think we had 6 applications on it, but nothing of particular note, but happy to answer any questions if council has any.
I found it to be a slightly contrary meeting, and it was unfortunate that there were only 3 of the 5 members in present when there was, you know, such a busy agenda, but you know, it went well. Any questions or comments? Mover and a seconder to receive the minutes of May 31st. Councillor Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, Council receives the May 31st, 2024 Committee of Adjustment meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next are external boards and agencies. Any or external board meetings? Anything you wish to bring up on the issues of the community partnership or the health hub?
Nothing since last month.
Okay. Councillor Richards is not here to respond to the Upper Trent Water Management Partnership. Although I will say that the Upper Trent Water Management, some of the members of that, their council and the Eastern Ontario. And the, just hold on a moment. So that there have been some meetings taking place between members of the Upper Trent Water Management Group and the CEWF, or the community, the Council for Equitable Water Flow, about a watershed council. And I hesitate to use the words council because I'm not sure that that's what it will be called, but a watershed group to consolidate education and information. And you know, there's so many groups working on the same information, but you know, I think that there is some movement towards establishing a watershed council that would take in the members of the existing coalition of equitable water flow. The detachment board was scheduled to meet on Monday, and everybody was quite excited about that, and we've all received agendas. And as it turns out, the detachment board is not insured to meet. And even though we were, you know, basically only going to be doing administrative work and, you know, looking at terms of reference and choosing a chair, it was deemed that it was maybe just not the best idea to go ahead without being insured, because Murphy's Law, as it often works, you know, something could have been raised, because it is the first meeting that we would have held, that we will hold, where the public is allowed to attend. The meetings aren't live streamed, but they will be recorded, and for that reason, the meeting has been deferred, and I'm hoping that it, you know, that it'll be resolved early in July. So we will meet then. That we have had some assurances that the province will have resolved the insurance issue. With respect to the Eastern Ontario Regional Network, I should advise you all that I have resigned my position on the Eastern Ontario Regional Network officially at our last meeting. There was an election being held for a new member on the board, and it just seemed like it timely for me to make that decision. I've struggled with having assumed new responsibilities with the hospital board. That's, more where my effort should be placed, within Haliburton County and more specifically Algonquin Highlands. So I did make that decision. The position has been filled. We will still receive information about the regional network through Warden's Caucus reports. So, it's not that we will not get any ongoing information there, but I wonder whether we need to keep that item on the agenda. I mean, I won't be providing reports on it, so we could probably remove that. Anything that you'd like to bring forward on the library board?
Sure. So in addition to the progress that we're seeing in Dorset, which is positive, the library board had an important conversation at the last meeting about how to find the savings within the operating budget that were requested by county council during their budget session. The CEO took a couple of months to see where those efficiencies could be found and was successful in finding them in staffing mainly. There are a couple of positions that were naturally vacated, and she was able to realign things to create efficiencies there. So the good news is that we will not be seeing a reduction in hours of library services or the removal of a branch here or there in order to create those efficiencies budgetarily. So that's good.
Okay, any questions on that? Thank you. Anything on community safety and well-being?
We had a meeting not very long ago, very positive, good attendance. Always interesting information passed around. The one comment that I would make today, though, is there was an interesting synchronicity. There were two presenters who gave us some insights on how they are improving the accessibility and availability of community information online for users. So the Kawartha Lakes Haliburton Ontario Health Team is improving their one-stop shop for what do I do if I don't have a doctor? I have an emergency, where's my nearest hospital or urgent care clinic, or basically bringing all of the services for health in Kawartha Lakes and Haliburton into one place where people can go. And in the same meeting, we heard about the Rural Ontario Institute, who is doing a community well-being dashboard, which I think could be quite interesting for our team here in Algonquin Highlands if ever we need to dip into information for the creation of grants or proposals that have to do with how we are as a community, demographics, economics, housing, health, society, and environment. So, for example, they take the publicly available information on income level, and you can compare with a click of a button. You can get comparator townships in a single chart. You can see how Algonquin Highlands compares against similar townships when it comes to household income or median age or other things that just could help be that little bit of evidence required to boost a request for a kind of funding support or whatever it might be. It'll be easier to find comparators for us on those issues moving forward through this Rural Ontario Institute Community Wellbeing Dashboard. So that's interesting. There's a confluence of looking towards technology to improve information accessibility, which I like.
The Rural Ontario Institute has done a lot of work with the Warden's Caucus, with the Eastern Ontario Regional Network and the Eastern Ontario Leadership Council, and they really are a fabulous group to be working with and a great resource. Anything on the Muskoka River Watershed Communications Committee?
No.
Okay. With respect to county council update, we did have some interesting discussion at our last meeting, but now that I'm thinking about it, that was enclosed, so I can't talk about that. We have committed to have some further discussion about service delivery and how we want to go forward with that. It was one of the things that we were hoping to talk about a little bit more than the opportunity we had at the last meeting. So, there may be some more information about service delivery in the direction that we wish to take coming out of county council in the next while. One small piece of somewhat exciting news is that our new council chambers will be ready by the end of the year in the building across the street, and it will be fully accessible. No more scary elevator, because the elevator really is scary. Just a great space and offering more office space that, we're pretty crowded there. I don't know if there's anything else that you can think that we need to mention.
I think since the last time we sat in this room, we've officially welcomed our new head of planning at the county.
Oh, yeah. I don't know whether Sean's had an opportunity to meet her, but it just seems to be fitting in well and becoming a, welcome part of the team. And I think we're lucky to have her. She's very, very skilled.
And if I may,
Mhm.
I believe that she is also mandated to take on the climate change part of the file, which I know has always been under planning. But now that we don't have a climate change coordinator, she will be looking at that either directly or redelegating or however. it would
Within
be
her department.
Within her department. So that's, there will be a pickup again on that.
Any questions about county council or any of these reports? Okay, the next item under general business is correspondence from Keith Baldwin with respect to a road closure. I'm not sure if this was a request or advising us that this was going to happen, one or the other, but seeking support. I had written to Mr. Baldwin advising that they were required to have municipal approval for this event. And I just, before any questions or comments, there are some concerns that I want to outline. There are some real liability concerns associated with what they are proposing, particularly with respect to emergency access on North Shore Road, which is, a major emergency alternate route and a major route on its own right. It's also listed in the GIS systems and on Google Maps as the best route to take. Although I hesitate to say it, I will suggest that there was some false information provided with respect to the number of people who have been consulted. I think the letter said that everyone on Dawson Road had been consulted with respect to this, and that is not the case. And there has been considerable public concern from folks both on Dawson Road and North Shore Road, suggesting or hoping that we do not approve this request. Both myself and Angie have been in contact with the OPP, who do not support in any way or recommending that we approve this request. Historically, closures have only been for specific community events or fundraising for specific registered charities and not as private parties. So this would be an absolutely new approval that we provided. And it's just not something that's recommended. I had advised Mr. Baldwin that, during my correspondence that they should possibly consider alternate locations. And I'm not sure if there's, been any thought given to that. But I would look to thoughts from council. Oh, sorry, Madam CAO.
If I may just add to your information, is just around the fire response piece, is just chatting with the fire chief this afternoon. And it's worth noting that at least 6 of our firefighters from Station 80 live on the other side of where this is proposed to be closed, that utilize North Shore Road to get to the fire hall when responding to a fire call. So I think that's important information because it would considerably delay firefighters getting to our fire hall to respond.
Thoughts? Councillor Barry?
I think I was at a wedding last weekend at the Stanhope Community Center. It's a wonderful venue. There's an outdoor space there as well. I think that there's multitude of opportunities to rent a space for a private event like this. So
Or on
that's-
private land?
Or on private lands or on public, well, if they wanted to have it, they've got to rent it. So I don't think the location is suitable. And I don't support this application.
Councillor Shortreed?
I agree exactly. There's more suitable locations.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Yeah, I concur. And in particular, it is a major thoroughfare in Algonquin Highlands parlance. It is one of our major thoroughfares. The emergency access is no small matter. And as the mayor pointed out, closures for roads that impact many people really are rare occurrences, and historically for us are for community events where the entire neighborhood is invited. And I have not yet seen anything that has included general members of the public to this. This appears to be a very private party, and for that reason, I think really should be restricted to private property rather than closing up a public road.
So I'm not sure what we have for a resolution, but it sounds like we need a mover and a seconder to deny the request. Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Barry.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Council Barry. Be it resolved, council receives correspondence from Keith Baldwin, President of the Halliburton County Landowners Association, requesting a closure of a portion of North Shore Road on June 30th, 2024 for a street party, and that council denies the request to close any portion of North Shore Road and or any portion of the Shore Road allowance.
All in favor? That's carried. Correspondence summary listing. Were there any requests to support any of the
No.
correspondence? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the correspondence listing? Councillor Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved that council receives the June 20th, 2024 correspondence listing for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Finally, the bylaws. Could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the bylaws as presented? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved the following bylaws be received and read a first time, considered read a second, third time, and finally passed with a corporate seal affixed. 2024-51 to execute an Ontario transfer payment agreement with respect to the Stewardship Youth Ranger Program. 2024-53 to stop up close convey part of the original Shore Road allowance lying in front of Lot 18, Concession 12, Geographic Township of Livingston. 2024-54 to stop up close convey part of the original Shore Road allowance lying in between lots 10 and 11, Concession 9, Geographic Township of Sherburne. 2024-55 to amend bylaw 2022-49 as amended, being the comprehensive zoning bylaw of the Township of Algonquin Highlands for application AHZBA 524. 2024-56 to amend bylaw 2022-49 as amended, being the comprehensive zoning bylaw for the Township of Algonquin Highlands, application AHZBA 724. 2024-57 to amend bylaw 2022-49 to as amended, being the comprehensive zoning bylaw of the Township of Algonquin Highlands. Applications AHZBA 824, 2024-59 to execute an agreement for the supply and application of surface treatment, 2024-60 to adopt a municipal energy management plan, 2024-61 respecting the construction demolitions, change of use permits, inspections, and administration.
All in favor? That's carried. Could I have a mover to, I'm sorry?
Very sorry. I just wanted to, before we end the meeting, it's in the newspaper that the book drop cost will be about $4,000.
Right. I would just have to wonder why we did not get given that information, but the newspaper did. Or has, anyway.
I just know that that's the amount that's there. So if council wishes to continue to support it, we will need to amend that resolution.
Well, we can either amend the resolution that we've already passed, or we can stick to it with the upset limit that we've set. It's up to you. Need to comments. Councillor Berry.
Although I think it's a lot of money, we do need a book drop. So I support $5,000.
Amending the resolution. So do I just need a mover and a seconder to amend the
Yeah,
resolution?
just to reconsider the motion and to amend it.
Could I have a mover and a seconder to reconsider the motion and amend it to from $3,000 to $4,000? Councillors Shortreed and Barry. Leave you out of it this time.
Okay.
Thank you. You're right on top of the local paper.
It was actually one of our staff members sent it to me.
Good for them. All in favor? It's carried. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the or pass the confirmatory bylaw? Councillors Barry and Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Berry, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu, be it resolved that bylaw 2024-62, being a bylaw to confirm the proceeding of council held during its regular meeting on June 20th, be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed.
All in favor? That's carried. Before we adjourn, I'd just like to thank council. It's been a longer than normal meeting with several rather challenging issues to deal with. So I appreciate your time and consideration. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adjourn? Councillor Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Berry, be it resolved, the June 20th, 2024 meeting be adjourned at 3:49 PM.
All in favor? That's carried. Look at that, it quit raining just for